Think this is some blaster music. All right. Yeah. Okay. Why can I not pin a message? God damn it, Twitch. There we go. Okay. Pin here, pin here. Think we're about good to start ripping and tearing through monoliths. There we go. Right now I'm doing some Age of Winter because I want to swap my blessings. I was trying to go for armor stuff. I don't think armor stuff is the play here. Mostly because I don't have a relevant amount of armor anyway. So if your armor doesn't get relevant even after you invest in it, just stop investing in it. Ooh, what's this? That's shiny. And that's a prefix? Oh, that's sweet. We can do something awesome with that. No, maybe. I'd need to get some better last steps of a living if I want that. Oh, I'd give up move speed, though. Hey, buddy. Hi, do you want to get obliterated? Yeah, here, have some free obliteration. Perfect. Ooh, 2 LP Titanheart. Hell yeah. Yoink. And I'm out. Ooh, amulets. I don't think I need amulets too much. But if I got a 2 LP, I'd need them. So, might as well pick some up. I should probably tighten up the strictness on my filter, to be honest. There's so much stuff that I don't care about anymore. You know what? I'm going to do that right now. 30 affixes is too much. Attributes. Just int. Health. Okay, yeah, I do need all 3 of those. I'm too lazy to do it by type. Resistance and armor. Increased armor, don't need. All res? Yeah, I'll keep all res on. Is there any other res I need for this build? No. Could avoid. Don't care. Movement, yes. Cooldown, very much yes. Minion damage, minion damage, minion damage. Oh, spell and bow as well. Let's see, minion freeze rate multi, don't need that anymore. Fizz damage while transformed, no. Necrotic while transformed, skeletal mage, no. Harvest unused. Harvest, spell damage per skeletal mage, chance to apply damned, leech, reduced health cost of spells. Fizz spell crit, marrow shards, no. None of these I need. Spell damage for curses, shared increased fire, no. Necrotic, yes. Shared bleed, no. No poison. Crit chance for you and your minions. Honestly, not that important, but I'll keep it on just in case. I'm going to put that on. I'm going to take that off. Summon Wraith, yeah. Bone Golem, nah. Nah. Skeleton, I don't know. I might try a Skelly Mage build after this. Hey, welcome on in. Summon Skeletal Mage. Yeah, I'll keep that on. Oh, Summon Skeleton is not the same. Okay, never mind. That goes off then. Bone Curse, Death Seal, Dreadshade, yeah. Nah, I don't care about Dreadshade anymore. Volatile Zombie, yeah. Zombie speed and damage, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Confirm. Update. And then Idols. Health. Fizz res, health, armor, Ellie res, ward retention, shared fire I can take off, and then I want to add necrotic res. Wait, was that all? I think that was all. Oh no, there was more. The plague stuff did not work out. Plague stuff doesn't do anything, so we're going to get rid of that. Putrid Wraith, Flame Wraith. I have plenty of these. I don't need them anymore. Crit chance for you and your minions. Yeah, I'll keep that, just in case I do Skelly Mage stuff. Wait. Wait, there's Skelly Mage stuff, but I forgot to check here. Yeah, that. And that. Okay. Oh, I forgot to turn on Skelly Mage here too, didn't I? Yes, I did. Wait, no, not that one. It's so confusing that there's things like +1 skeleton that is not in fact +1 skeletal mage. Okay, cool. We've fixed everything. The filter is now fixed. And if anyone's wondering, why do I not share my filters? Because someone's going to be very confused if I share my filter and they're like, oh, it should have Wraithlord affixes, and it's all Skelly Mage stuff aside of the T7s. Like, the only actual Wraithlord stuff at this point is pretty much double T6 and T7. Hey, buddy. Here. Get obliterated. Yeah. Like that. And I'm out. Oh. Interesting that it shows up there. I don't know if I have just miscolored in that rule or what. That's fine, though. Yeah, let's put Global Taunt on the Railgun. I don't know, MP. Which is it? You tell me. After watching the gameplay bit, you tell me which it is. Better question is, why does it matter? Are you wondering about the servers? Right, Echo Conquered. Health Amulet. Sure, it's pretty generic. All right, we can go up here. What does this give? 52 bonus corruption. I think I can do better. I think I can spread out this way and get like 60. Hoping to leapfrog a little bit here. Go. Super mode activated. Auto crit everything. Once you figure out all the pieces, it is a fun build. I'll be honest, the first day I did not enjoy it all. Because it is a very, very janky build to put together. For example, see this guy? You buff him with Dreadshade. Except that didn't buff him. Because minions have this weird grace period thing that ends when they attack. But if you prevent his ability to move, he bugs out and he won't actually attack. So he never loses grace period. So every time you zone, you have to resummon him so that he can actually do stuff and you can buff him properly. It's super jank. And it took me literally a day of trial and error to figure out how to make this actually fun. But I have figured out how to make this fun, and now he just destroys everything. Oh yeah, and you feed him zombies. So if I'm going to get rid of a Fizz Res here and here, I need the Blessing from here. That's my current plan. Then I'm going to go for minion damage and Spirits of Fire, which probably means I'll do Spirits of Fire like 20 times without rolling minion damage once. I do not use the zombie on potion affix because I'm too lazy to hit my potion button, and my potion actually messes with my build. And also it does enough damage that you really don't need it. It's also very, very, very difficult to get the zombie on potion affix with a T6 plus CDR belt. And T6 plus CDR is absolutely mandatory for this build. If anything, I want CDR on my boots as well. Problem is getting another 2LP Last Steps of a Living that is also compatible with rolling the experimental affix. Ugh, that sucks, Mr. Breezy. I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't had that issue personally. I have heard other people reporting there's some inconsistencies, but to be completely honest with you, you'll have, unless you're specifically trying to play with friends, you'll have a better experience offline anyway. Also, what do you mean you're poor abused Rune Master? Rune Master's just as broken as Wraith Lord. Admittedly, you do have to probably use some bugs. I don't know, maybe all the bugs have been fixed. Maybe it's legit now. But TLDR, Rune Master can also do some disgusting things. Why is every single thing I want to go to an arena right now? I guess we're just doing endless arenas. See, the game knows I'm going to skip actual arena, so it's just forcing me to do endless arena this way. Because, like, you know you want those loot rewards. Which, to be fair, if I added mono end echo stuff with all the scaling to actual arena, I'd probably do it. But right now it doesn't have it, so there's literally no point. I don't need any of your arena uniques. I don't know why I'm moving, really. There's no point to that. Not like I get defensive bonuses from moving or anything. I can just sit by my railgun and chill. You know, maybe I shouldn't have tanked those. They don't seem to be killing me. We're fine. And... no. Actually, the worst amulet, I'm pretty sure. See, double exalted. That's how we do it. I don't think I'm going to go Frostbite Shackles, but if I go Frostbite Shackles, that's sweet. Hey, welcome on in. Severus, it's a pinned comment. Just click the pinned comment. So I forget if the Wraithlord's Harbor is one of those items that is really easy to roll with Runes of Ascendance, but I would go to Maxwell's database and see how easy it is to roll with Runes of Ascendance. I know Herald of Scurry is really hard to roll with Runes of Ascendance. And aside of that, raise your corruption. If you're farming at like 300-400 corruption, you will get a lot more, well, a lot more of the helmet nodes than if you're farming at like 100 corruption. Also, you'll have a much higher chance for LP when it actually drops. Here, eat some zombies, nuke the guy. Ooh. That's shiny for later. Do I go here? Nah, I think I go... it's such a bad combo. But I do kind of want amulets for a death rattle. If you're dying too fast and not getting enough ward as a low life build, it's probably because you're using ward gear without enough base health. It's very hard to have enough base health unless you're using LP versions of your items. So like if you're using a 0 LP Death Rattle, 0 LP Last Steps, and 0 LP Exsanguinous, especially with 0 LP Exsanguinous, it's really tough. The first thing I would do is I would make sure you have at least 1 LP on your Exsanguinous, and that the LP is % increased health. Getting hybrid health, also really cool on gloves and boots. Getting gloves, boots, belts. Getting % health on belt, all really, really important. I don't have all of it. That's why I only have 3.2k life. But yeah. Oh, and if you're Merchant's Guild, your problem is being Merchant's Guild and not being rank 8. And you just shouldn't play a low life build until you're rank 8 in the Merchant's Guild. That faction is so scuffed. I'm hoping they fix that. Farming the idols. Yeah, I would just run like 10 prophecies. If you do 10 adorned idol prophecies, I'm pretty sure you're guaranteed to get it. I don't know if I needed to move him out of a fire there. I don't think I did. I'm going to be honest. I think my Wraith Lord at this point is tanky enough that he can just kind of eat stuff. All right, and Death Rattle. Double Strong Mind. Okay. And now we go fight Herod again. Let's find out. Will I get the blessing that I want? Will I get Fizzres? Okay. You're going to go active. Do this. Global Taunt. Will I kill him before he phases? Damn it. Oh, 1%. Oh, the cull. We did it. Fizzres Blessing. It is terrible, but it is a Fizzres Blessing. Cool. I remember when Volcanus was an awesome item. It's not nearly so awesome anymore. It's probably viable, but it's not that great anymore. All right, so since I did that, I think I go and push a different area now. That also means I can replace my ring, which is kind of neat. I wonder if I have another ring. Oh, I have to. That ring's so bad. I forgot that I was using it just for the fizz. All right, we'll do that after 1 Echo in Spirits of Fire, because I don't feel like going into town and lagging out. See, Spirits of Fire. Oh, we're still at base corruption. Interesting. All right, how far can I push out here? A bit further. I think I ignore the gaze stacking and I just push out so that I have at least decent corruption. One nice thing about Wraithlord on this boss, he hits 3 things. There are exactly 3 bosses. I was talking about the Smite Hammerden idol because someone in Twitch chat asked. Though the farming method applies to any build. You know, I have gotten quite a few questions about how to farm idols. I should make a video on that. Boss drops only come from the boss kill itself, not prophecies. I'm guessing that's your question. That is a very vague question, Aralta. Which Void Knight build? This will get, ooh, 66. That's actually pretty good. Then we'll be able to push out much, much faster. So here's the thing. I don't have any friends who are warlocks because I don't make friends with warlocks. From what I know of Rive, yes, you'll need to maintain buffs because you'll need to do anomaly and reversal stuff. For Warpath, the strongest version also needs to buff juggle because reversal exists. However, overall, no, you can get away with one button Warpath that doesn't do much buff maintenance and just kind of passively generate sigils and stuff. Yeah, we only make friends with other ethical minion classes here. So, you know, Beastmaster, we're chill with them. Shaman's pretty cool, you know. Falconers, of course. Oh, another 2 LP Firestarter's Torch. Could do some Ignite stuff with that. Let's do that. See how fast this... Oh my god. He 3-shot that Oribus. See ya, Oribus. That bumped me up to 185. Not bad. 200 would have been nice. But I don't think I've gotten high enough corruption anywhere because I keep just getting blessings, which doesn't really help you progress that quickly. I have a loot filter for my individual gear. If you want it, it'll hide basically everything. Or at the very least, it won't highlight most things in a useful way. So unless you are already geared to the point where you only need T7 affixes, I would not use it. But hey, if you want to troll yourself by putting it on, I'll happily share it with you. How hard is it to build this? You need multiple LP legendaries, including Last Steps of a Living. If that sounds hard to you, then it's hard. If that sounds easy to you, then it's easy. Yeah, I have no idea about random multiplayer bugs. Also, multiplayer for a build like this is kind of a meme. If the question is, should you advise Wraith Lord to someone for multiplayer? No. This is not a good multiplayer build. Actually, there's no easy way to export it, is there? Because I don't think I can just copy and paste it. Can I? Let's find out. Minus 12,000 characters. It'd be really nice if there was an easy export. But I don't know of one. I don't know. I'll toss it in Discord later or something. Actually, you know what? I'll toss it in Discord right now. Let's see. I saw the PoE teaser and the PoE 2 teaser. As usual, they were about 30 seconds of stuff, which is kind of cool, and that's about all. Hey, we're probably going to get Uber Lycia, though, and Uber Katarina. I'd rather just stick it in Discord. YouTube doesn't like paste bin links. It tends to eat them. YouTube legitimately sent me an email recently where they're like, we removed several links from your videos because they go to pastebin.com, which is a website that may not be trustworthy. So yeah. It was on old videos, but even more reason why I keep all of my links on my Discord now so that they're all centralized in a channel I can search. And so YouTube can't be like, you know, we've decided we don't like Pastebin, so we're just going to get rid of your links. Also, here's the other thing. If I put the link in my build link archive channel in Discord, there's a higher chance people will actually read the warning before using it. Because I'm pretty sure 90% of the time when someone wants a filter, they want a filter for like, I just started the build and I'm progressing on it. And this is not that filter at all. This is the, I almost don't need to pick up items. What is the best of the best? Oh, and also half of the stuff is literally just skeleton mage gear. I almost forgot about that. Half of it's literally just skeleton mage gear because I'm thinking of playing that. So I'm pretty sure the demon at the end is Lycia's Baydot form rather than actual Baydot. Oh, so here's the thing, Quintessence. I fixed it. Turns out the answer is you have to use the teleport minions to you boots. Combine it with Wraithlord cannot move. And combine all of that with cooldown recovery so you just constantly transplant around. And somehow it just magically works once you do all that. Well, what people were saying the other day is the skeleton mage teleport. I don't know why, but that version doesn't work properly for me. It bugs out, so I stopped using it. Also, cooldown recovery, way more important than I thought. Ideally, I should get cooldown recovery on my boots as well. The problem with that is getting T6 or T7 cooldown is very hard. Yeah, it's super buggy. But hey, it does damage. How long does it take to gear it? I have no idea what a typical build guide is or what you're talking about there. You're going to have to be way more specific. I can tell you right now, when I make a build guide for this character, it is not going to take 30 hours to get some of the pieces. And then others of the pieces, you can probably farm for 100 and not get it if you're unlucky. Oh, my Wraith Lord died because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that would explain why I was taking damage. Unfortunately, he can die to, like, the big smashy guys because he takes increased damage, and then he just gets one shot. All right, let's do this. It'll lower his damage a bit because he won't have Dread Shade, but he can kill all the big smashy guys. There we go. Problem solved. Yeah, because when you root the Wraith Lord, you literally don't have the ability to move him sometimes. Um, 2 LP Exsanguinus isn't that bad. And getting 4 2 LP Exsanguinus still isn't that bad. But something like the 2 LP Last Steps of a Living, that's the hard part. Especially with the experimental mod, because you have to get the experimental mod. Whereas something like a 1 LP Death Rattle, super easy. Yeah, so there's a phase where you fight Lycia, and then her second phase is Lycia, Herald of a Scourge, where she, I don't know, merges with Baydot, summons Baydot something. And yeah. Oh, I used a command seal to forbid my Wraith from moving. So now he can't move anymore. Huh. I guess he was just getting stuck in the actively eating minions then, Quintessence. Because there are times where he just stopped teleporting entirely. Then the question of, would the LP mechanic work in PoE? In its current implementation, no. Because the problem with the LP mechanic is, it means that ultimately, given enough time, a unique item is always better than a rare item. And one of the core principles of PoE is that the best items in the game are rares and not uniques. Now, something to enhance unique items I could see working, but it would have to be quite different. So Cyber Samurai has a question about plus 10 damage. Does it multiply? No, it does not multiply. It should be a flat base damage. So his base damage is, I think, 70. And if you consume 5 minions, it would be plus 50. 70 plus 50, 120. I have to be a little careful in here. Actually, do I? No, the corruption's too low for me to have to be careful here. Ooh, a last laugh, 2 LP. Yeah, flat damage scaling is absurd because your base then gets multiplied by all of your increases. And, yeah. It's also just some ridiculous multipliers built into the Summon Wraith tree. What's the two-handed staff of a loot still coming? Ooh, an aberrant call. I thought about using aberrant call for this build, and like for damage, I'm sure it's fine. But here's the problem. It's a staff, which means it's not very defensive. And I already do effectively infinite damage. Though I could 100% see that as a boss swap where I put it on and two-shot Lagan or something. It'd be hilarious. I don't think it's particularly good, though. I think it's very much greedy in the category of damage you do not need. At some point, I should go through all the junk I've picked up. I picked up a lot of junk. I wasn't talking about extra damage from extra wraiths. Though I think if I was to use a well-rolled with all the extra wraiths, you'd have to drop the big node. And at that point, you're basically just playing a Flame Wraith build. That just seems kind of like a waste of potential. Yes, Last Epoch does have a unique recipe. It's for, I think it's called Fractured Crown or something. I forget exactly how to do it because it's been forever since that item has been relevant to me. But yeah, this is a hidden vendor recipe item. Don't think they ever did any more, though. Not quite sure why. Let's go here so that we can go there and maybe get some idols. What do you think? Am I going to get the blessing that I want right away? And then go back to blasting for more LP uniques? What are the odds? I'm guessing pretty low, to be honest. But we'll see. Yeah, the Mana Crown. It's been forever since I played a mana build, though, so I can't remember how it works. I should stop picking up keys. They're not worth anything anymore. That was such a weird change for EHG to make. Because they said they're not doing mid-cycle balance patches, and then they literally just do a mid-cycle balance patch for their economy. Really hoping they change their mind on that. And get rid of some of the bugs. Right. Sure, we'll nuke that. Okay, so charging up my laser. Go, laser. Okay. Did we get it? Fire res, dodge rating, stun duration, frailty. Nope. Didn't get it. That's unsurprising to me. Hit cures, Logies, nothing super useful there. Out we go. All right. Time to grind out another boss. You're trying to RP stuff in Path of Exile, Hawkblade. I found your problem. That game is very much made for mechanical stuff rather than RP. RP almost always leads to disaster. Did I get anything? I don't think I'm playing a Rune Master build. I should probably just take that off my filter entirely. But I'm too lazy to, so it's gonna stay on for now. Hey, buddy. Have fun with a Wraith Lord while I go pick up loot. Oh, look. He had fun. I'm sure he very much enjoyed being obliterated off the face of a planet. Effectiveness varies is a bit of an understatement there. No, I'm trying to get rid of the armor blessing. I have it right now. The problem was, it only got me up to like 20% reduction. It could be your Wraith Lord is dying faster because you have more damage amplification nodes within either your Dread Shade or Infernal Shade tree. I don't really have very much minion life. I might have it a little bit, because if I had nothing better, I'd put it on. But it's not really a stat that I'm stacking. Though I guess he does gain some base life from intelligence, and I do have 42 in. Yeah, I'm not really stacking that either for the moment. This build is so scuff. And it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of the armor blessing for the minion damage blessing right now. Wait, does Infernal Shade scale off of your stats? Is that something that causes problems? I assumed it was a minion. How do you get more experience gain multiplier? Push corruption. You got to go deeper. Wait, can you get Infernal Shade as a Warlock then? Because if so, Immolator's Ablation Firelock with Infernal Shade could work very well. Oh, I mistimed my teleport. Hey, buddy. Get obliterated. Thank you. Ooh. Life ring. We'll just grab that real quick. 1 LP death rattle. Not what I was looking for, but I'll take it. I think my current death rattle is only T6 health, so in theory I could get better. Yeah, by clicking the pinned comment knocked. Yeah, it's probably a really strong Infernal Shade Warlock build out there then. Depending on how bored I am after I'm done with his character, maybe I'll try that. Oh, wait. Never mind. I was gonna say, because it'd be really good with the Ignite spread stuff, but then I remembered all the Ignite spread stuff is super bugged. And I don't think it functions. Actually, never mind on that idea, unfortunately. I'd have to do non-Ignite, like hit-based. Wait, no, it's not even hit-based, it's spell dot. I'd have to do spell dot. Does this have a curse tag? Fire spell, damage over time, area intelligence. Nope. Let's see that. No, I'm gonna put this over here, actually. You farm double exalted by getting to high corruption and being circle of fortune. Oh, yeah. I probably have too many keys. Well, I don't need the arena ones. So those can get thrown out. And I'm just going to shatter that. On to the next... Oh, I guess we go up here now. I should have definitely gone down into the right. That's fine, though. We're going this way now. Yeah, 80% of the new masteries do seem to be bugged. Sometimes it's a fun bug. And sometimes it's a fun bug. What's this? Yeah, you have to get to exactly 6,942.0 corruption. I could use a super shotgun. Oh, wait, I have one. It's called Wraith Lord. Yeah, I feel like if you manage to slam something like that into 2 LP Frostbites, you are very much done. There's almost 0% chance you get better. Because even 2 LP Frostbites is a pretty big ask. I could use some more T6 or T7 current HP gloves. Need to murder more mages. You know? Gotta blast them when you find them. I have no idea how many times I've killed him, but not 50 yet. I think I got pretty lucky in getting my last steps of a living when I did. That is a third 2 LP Firestarter's Torch, which is pretty cool because I don't think you really need over 2 LP. At least not for an Ignite build. You want elemental damage over time and Ignite chance, and everything else is like whatever. Yeah, that would be nice. Experimental or boss drops should be rank 9, because right now the set thing, legitimately, I have every single set hidden on my filter, because I have a couple of Ferrobor rings, and I'm too lazy to look for good rolls on Ferrobor rings. Ooh, what's this? Intelligence. It's not super shiny, because it's not T7. It's fine, though. I'll pick it up just in case I need fodder. LP, legendary potential. You know, I don't need more keys right now. If you're not critting 100%, that is probably because you don't have the auto crit node. And if you're not critting with the auto crit node, yeah, sounds like a bug. I can't help you there because I haven't seen that bug. I've seen a lot of bugs with this guy. He's very buggy. But also, the auto crit comes from a specific node. If you don't understand crafting, check out my comprehensive crafting guide in last Epoch. Yeah, you have to recast your shade, because for whatever reason he gets grace period, which stops when he attacks, but when he has grace period, he doesn't attack. So he just stops working. And you have to recast him every map. Or I should say the Wraith Lord stops working. Your best bet would be to type the word crit into the tree. Or I guess whatever the German equivalent is, which unfortunately I don't know. Yeah, you can always use the search bar to find nodes. I think Wraithlord is super chill. Now that I've gotten it properly working, it feels like the sort of build that's really good to play when you're streaming. Which is exactly what I'm doing right now. Because I don't have to think too much about my build. Or the enemies on screen. In fact, I just kind of walk. I spend more time looking at and reading chat than I do looking at and reading enemies. Which, if you're streaming, is exactly what you should be doing. Unless you're on hardcore. Having 10,000 ward definitely helps with that. I think I could go higher if I went the Frostbite Shackle route. But I'm going to be honest, after playing a Necrotic Res stacker, the last thing that I wanted to do was play another Res stacker ward build. And also, I don't have good Frostbite Shackles. So the reason I didn't name the node Quintessence is I have no idea if the name is even remotely similar in German. That's why I was recommending to search by crit. Because I don't know how literal the translation is. I know for some games, the translation is not very literal at all. So instead of egoism, it could be, I don't know, big head. Sometimes it's hard when you're talking about nodes in other languages. But if you search crit, it should pop up. Or, again, whatever the German equivalent of crit is, which I don't know because I don't know German. If I remember correctly, when you're applying Bone Curse via transplant, it negates the cooldown or ignores the cooldown. Most things ignore cooldowns when they're autocast. Oh, it's in the Dreadshade tree. Oh, that's a very boring pathway. All right. So if I go here, I can get to 80 pretty easily. Oh. For a second, my Wraith Lord was invisible. That'd be terrifying. Imagine. Invisible Wraith Lord just nukes you out of oblivion. At that point, it'd be no one expects for Wraith Lord. Oh, I thought you meant if you gave it cooldown. Hmm. In that case, it should work. Haven't tested it, but based on how cooldown works for everything else, it should. Yeah, I saw the Rax was using the chronostasis. I don't really feel like I need more ward at the moment, though. And I also kind of like the damage from this. This is a lot of damage. Also, loot filter. How geared are you? I have the loot filter that I am personally using. If you are gearing up, it will not end well for you if you use it. Bone Curse bugged out too much. Actually unusable. Also, the Bone Curse stuff doesn't trigger from a proc. You have to hard cast it. I was using Bone Curse originally. I swapped to zombies because one too many times my Wraith Lord got stuck trying to eat the walls from Bone Curse. Even though he can't move, he was trying to walk around the walls to eat them and just wouldn't attack anymore. So after that happened a couple times, I was like, nope. Now you eat zombies. No more bone walls for you. Yeah, it ruined everything. You know, Soul Aegis isn't actually a bad 1-point wonder, sure. Soul Aegis. It was very unfortunate. I wanted to use Bone Curse instead of zombies. Yeah, there you go. You're welcome. The weirdest part to me is, even though he literally couldn't move, he was still trying to move. Like, dude, I took away your mobility for a reason. What are you doing? No blessing. Well, you can get marked for death from the wall, so marked for death doesn't actually matter. That's not a selling point. And the belt mod, good luck. All I'm gonna say is good luck. It is incredibly difficult. Uh, 32. There's no real better place to fan out, so let's just do it here. Let's just bully an Orbis. Well, I also get it from the chance on minion death, and every time I cast zombies, it's 15 minion deaths. So I would say it basically is guaranteed regardless. Bye, Orbis. Whether that's actually from a zombie node or not, I have no idea. So here's the thing. To get it on a belt, I specifically need it with cooldown recovery T6 or higher. Because the build feels exponentially better with T6 or higher cooldown. And I have run out of T6 or higher cooldown belts to try to slam it into. So that's why I say good luck. Because it is so janky to get. Like when you're playing the Wraith Lord cannot move version, CDR is super, super important. To the point where I'm tempted to farm to get like minion teleport plus CDR on my boots instead of movement speed plus minion teleport on my boots. That means I would legit be farming for another 2 LP last steps of a living. That's how important this stuff is. I don't think you could even get good versions as Merchant's Guild, because my experience with Merchant's Guild was the items didn't exist. I don't know, maybe the market's filled out a little bit more, but I wouldn't be surprised if for a lot of the stuff that I was going to buy, it legit didn't even exist. Right. Sadly, I let the mage kill my Wraith Lord. I wasn't paying attention. Dude, go hit. Yeah, go hit the mage. There you go. Perfect. I forgot to teleport my guy before buffing him. That's fine. Yep. And see, that's the real deal breaker. Beyond anything else, that was the real deal breaker when I tried Merchant's Guild, where the market is just so awful to navigate that no. No, I probably shouldn't face tank, because if I do that at 500 corruption, I might die. All right, power this up, buff you, give you some zombies to eat. Oh yeah, he's doing the damage now. Let's see, body armor, but it's a static shell and I don't care. You know, I'm not too worried about boots. I don't have any specific boots I need right now. But what are you talking about, Quintessence? It is the literal opposite right now. Circle of Fortune is so much absurdly better than Merchant's Guild that it's actually not funny. People saying Merchant's Guild is better are out of their mind. Merchant's Guild does a few very specific things well, and in every other way, it is incredibly bad. Ooh, 2 LP. Honestly, most of my builds are loot falls behind you builds, so I'm just used to it at this point. I assume if it falls on the ground and it's not in a big pile, then it might as well not exist. Yeah. Boss drops and experimental items are what Merchant's Guild does really well. But overall, it is very poor. Let's go over here. Blast this. Okay, he's hitting the Soul Spire. Oh, look, a Necrotic Pen Shard. Since I saw it, I guess I'll go pick it up. Yeah, so many vendors is a problem. The UI navigation is abysmal. The market is just straight up broken. Not in the good way, in the doesn't function correctly way. And it gatekeeps casuals to the point where most of them won't ever get to rank 8, which means they don't get LP items. Arena, huh? How it goes? It goes well. I have a railgun turret. It looks like a minion. I swear, it's not actually a Wraith Lord. It's a railgun turret. Anything it hits just gets zapped out of existence instantaneously. See, if they wanted the vendors for flavor, because there's flavor with the telescopes in Circle of Fortune too. Except in Circle of Fortune, you can click a button to swap between them. In Merchant's Guild, you have to walk. It's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah. Railgun doing railgun things. No, you go over there. Blast the actual source of the minions, not the minions. Yeah, it feels like the vendor layout was legit just for lore purposes. Which, yeah, it looks really cool when you walk in the first time. And you're like, ooh, what's this? When you actually have to use it, it's terrible. And so that's why I say if they wanted to have it spread out, they should have made a button to swap between them. That way you have the cool experience of walking into the room without it being genuinely awful every time because you just talk to the closest vendor. Oh, nice. Big meta shifts, they go well, are always good. Looks like we kill the bees. Rip bees. I'll grab the 1 LP Morning Frost. Okay, this is just a little too much Doom lore. There we go. So, should be fixed. I have so many 3LP beekeepers, it's not funny. But I highly doubt anyone's playing a bee build. So here was the problem when I tried Merchant's Guild. Even knowing the meta items, it wasn't selling stuff that was the issue. It was buying stuff. Also, if you are not playing Warlock as Merchant's Guild right now, you are straight griefing. If you're not using the Profane Veil bug, you are straight griefing. Because your drops will be so much better at 1,000+ corruption. Which is another problem when the devs don't do balance changes, aka bug fixes, but they have an economy. Which is why they should fix that bug immediately. So one thing I'm curious about, if you don't mind, Quintessence, how many 2LP Twisted Heart of Ukaros are on the market right now? And if you're busy, don't worry about it. Yeah, I've mentioned in a couple of videos, but my stance on the bugs is if it's enabling a build that's not particularly strong, like it's a B tier build and it only works because of a bug, whatever, to leave it. If it is significantly overpowered to the point where it's warping the game, if everything was offline COF, I honestly kind of still wouldn't care because it's offline COF. Just be consistent. Be like, no changes till next cycle. But the minute you have an economy like Merchant's Guild, and the minute you have leaderboards, you have to fix it. End of story. You don't get the choice anymore. Yeah, at least they did the survey. And I really hope that results in a prompt fix and a reset to the leaderboards. I don't think you can really reset the economy. But a clear policy going forwards is absolutely something they should have. Okay, that's going to go into an arena, so we'll skip that. And we'll see how it goes. It does feel like these days there's a faction of players who are very nerf-averse. The problem with that is you can't run a live service without balance changes. Like, it is just straight up impossible. Because it is exponentially more work to buff everything up to the most broken thing. I.e., if getting 100k ward is the norm, now every build has to have that level of power defensively. Because that's become your new baseline. Which requires rebalancing every aspect of the game. And when you do a broad sweeping balance change like that, something's going to fall through the cracks and be horribly broken. And so now there's a build that might have, I don't know, 1 million maximum life. Because they added new life scaling mechanics. And now you have to balance around the 1 million maximum life build. And so on and so forth. And it gets really bad. And I don't know how much work it is, but if they wanted to offer like an offline only versioning control or something, where you could play 1.0 offline, do whatever you want. Sure, that might be a middle ground. I feel like that's going to add a bunch of work that might slow down their development process. And there's probably not enough people for that to be worth it. But ultimately, right now, they are an online competitive game by the very nature that they have an economy and they have leaderboards, even if a majority of players aren't participating in it. And if they offer that, they must support it. Oh, minion damage, 94%. Hell yeah. Okay. I finally finished my blessings. I think. I mean, I could get better rolls on some of these. Especially this. Is that actually good enough? Still 81? Where's my remaining phys res coming from? Nothing I'm going to be dropping anytime soon. So yes, that is fine. Good. So back to Blood, Frost, and Death. Back to the LP farming. Now those are all arenas. Why are they all arenas? Ew. Yeah, don't worry, I'll leave a void res. More of a fizz res. Which, at some point, I should probably fix. But also, until I go below 75, I won't. I don't think the camera angle is actually meaningfully different from PoE. Is it? I don't know. Maybe I just haven't ever noticed that it's different. But it feels the same to me. I don't know if I need more 1 LP Tears of the Forest. I have a lot of them. Yeah, I will take your word for that because personally I cannot see the difference. Okay, so do I go here or not? This would be 40 bonus, 40 bonus, 31, 28. Yeah, I should go here. Does that get me enough? Yeah, it does. Okay, okay. This is probably the strongest minion build in the game right now. Just be aware, with great power comes great jank. It is also... Well, I'd say the jankiest, but no. Assemble Abomination is jankier. That actually reminds me of something that happened in my comments section recently. I saw a comment from someone who was like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're playing minion builds. I hope you don't play a meta build with this character." The title was Leveling Minion Army Necromancer to swap to Wraith Lord. I didn't want to tell them because I didn't want to ruin it for them. But yeah, the entire point was to go, I guess this is meta? I don't know. I don't know what other people play. I don't look at that stuff. It's not like we have a build aggregator like PoE Ninja that just grabs everything. Yeah, I'm basically just playing Bloons Tower Defense right now. It's pretty chill. I like how it blasts stuff through the shield. That's like 90% damage reduction. Like, oh, you're basically immune to damage. Nope. Nope, I hit that hard. I should probably use my prophecies. Though I'm almost to double prophecy land, so maybe I wait. That goes in, that goes in, that goes in. Wait, that's a relic. That's a relic. That's a relic. Okay. It's funny how much more space efficient this stuff is. And this, I don't really know if I need more Hell's Reach. Probably not, to be fair. Summon Volatile Zombie. Grab the shards. 47. Okay, that's changed very significantly from when I was playing Merchant's Guild. When I was playing Merchant's Guild, there were 0. I guess the high corruption has been paying off for people. No worries. Welcome back. I want to look for a ring. What does the ring need to have on it? Health. I mean, Poppin' sounds, based on everything I've heard, like a bit of an overstatement. Not dead would be a better way to put that. You know, I wish I could do like health dash ring or something so that it only searched health on rings. See, void damage. Oh, there's health. But it's on the Necro-Res base. I kind of wanted it on a turquoise base. I should probably look here. I mean, cooldown's nice. Yep, the video is called How to Craft Legendary Items. That's okay as well. I know these aren't turquoise, but I don't think I have an actual good turquoise. Crit avoid. Wait, do I need crit avoid on this? No, crit avoid is on my other ring. Okay, that's fine. Oh, but that's... okay. Minion health. Oh, right, that one ended poorly. If you play enough and grind enough corruption, anything becomes an uber boss. My weapon right now is T6 minion spell and bow damage and T5 necrotic pen. And I've been very lazy. I kind of stopped looking for upgrades. I'm pretty sure that the only meaningful upgrade here would be some sort of unique. Actually, there's probably not a meaningful upgrade. It would probably just be get T7 suffix. That doesn't get me what I want. Yep, one of those endless scaling deals, unfortunately. Yeah, it's good enough that I just stopped caring. That's the thing. I kind of want to keep this. This is a sweet base. I think the necrotic pen is better than 2 times flat, based on trying it with a couple of items. What do we want to get here? Elirez. I mean, Elirez could be relevant. This has to reroll to something good, though. It didn't. Didn't they fix the two-handed catalyst bug? Or has that hotfix not gone live yet? That's unfortunate. Alright, I'm just going to wait on rings. None of these are meaningful upgrades. I guess an int ring would be. Not live yet. Wow, so close. Necrotic damage void res. I guess I could seal the void res and reroll necrotic. But I'd have to hit minion damage here. I have to gamble it. Nope. Nope. This is where we get into the unfortunate thing. Let's see how much voiding potential this eats. None. Okay. It's worth continuing then. What's the other suffix that I want? There really aren't very many useful suffixes right now. So it'd just be Elirez. Oh, damn it. It ate so much there. That's what I was hoping it wouldn't do. All right, this is probably a brick. We'll see, though. You never know. Sometimes it just goes up to T5 magically. Nope. I don't think that's an upgrade over this. Actually, this is pretty darn bad. Never mind. I think that is an upgrade. I guess minion crit multi's kind of chill, but nah. It would be an upgrade if I could replace this, and I need to do prophecies for that. More or less. Realistically, I think I'm like 4% off, but I'm too lazy to go grind a blessing for 50 million hours for 4%. And I'm not wasting another suffix on it. Because I guarantee you I will get bored with this character before I reach content where being 4% short of cap is actually going to matter. Ooh, Last Steps of the Living with 1 LP. Actually, is it 4%? Let's find out. Oh, 3%. Yeah. Like, the way I should do it is either re-roll the ring a bunch of times or re-roll the blessing, but I'm pretty sure statistically I'm more likely to make the ring worse. Let's see. I'm at 33 on 25 to 37. So yeah, statistically I'm way more likely to make it worse than to roll a 36. So why do you feel like you've burned out? Like, what's the quit point for you is more what I'm curious about. I don't think I've quite hit it personally. I'm definitely getting to the point where certain aspects of the game are starting to annoy me. Cast speed, minion damage, cold res health. Not quite. You know, I should see if I just happen to have picked up an upgrade there. It'd be what? Putrid Souls? Is that the only thing? Also, why is that relic here? That relic shouldn't be here. It's supposed to go in the other tab with all the rings and all the relics. Okay. So there's Caged Souls and Putrid Souls. And Putrid Souls are poison res. And right now, I am technically capped without it. Sort of. Okay, so let's see. What are the souls that I have? Okay, that's not an upgrade. That's not an upgrade. That's not an upgrade. None of these are upgrades. Even potential upgrades. I'd have to do so much to them. Well, this one is, but none of the others. Necro res. Nope, don't need any of those. Endurance don't need. Ooh, wait a minute. That was kind of badass. This one's a potential. So, too much of the same. So I don't think Word needs a rework. I do think the way certain classes interact with Word needs a rework. Like, Word is fine, but Warlock and Runemaster interact with Word in a very unhealthy way. So what I'd like to see is those two classes get reworked a bit to interact with Word in a healthier way. And then also Word get generic buffs. The only way I do this is if I rip this off. 33% chance. Okay, technically we can go again. 50% chance. Okay. What do I want from this? Health. The other thing is lightning res. I don't need the lightning res. Do I? No, 30. The poison is fine. So I'm going to put on a T1 frailty and then minion damage, and then we brick it. Because we just click until we can click no more. Oh, that actually went pretty well. You know, that's kind of an upgrade, I think. This is really cool because it has T7 on it. I think I'm going to save this. What do I do here? Yeah, I have to annul first. Okay, that's fine. Now we need to annul the fizz. Oh, we did it. Oh, we only have 13. There's no way this ends well. Well, might as well try. Health. Frailty. Oh, 1. There's no way. Minion damage. Yep, it's dead. Okay. All right, so I'm going to put that in there because I don't really need it anymore. And I'm going to put this in here because I actually kind of want to save it for something else. Oh, look, a minion damage thing. That would be more damage. The thing I don't really need. I'm not entirely sure if there's such a thing as honest word at the moment. Frailty, applying it with transplant. And at that point, it's why not? What other suffix is going to be useful to me? So just as an FYI, you probably won't be able to link any videos. I don't know why, but YouTube really likes eating links. I've told it to stop doing that, but it's like, no, you don't get to link stuff. Just know that when the link disappears, it's not me blocking it or anything. It's YouTube automatically eating it, even though I told it not to. Right now, I do think there are some ethical ward builds. A good example of this would be Vessel of Strife ward. It's strong, but it requires a high investment, so it's ethical. Yup. Yeah, occasionally I'll get comments from people who are like, I linked a video, why did you delete it? And it's like, I didn't even see it. Now, if someone links a video that just by how they're talking about it was obviously sketchy, yeah, delete that. It's like how if people make sus comments, I delete those. And by people, I mean bots. Let's be honest, those aren't humans. Those are the robots, which are not yet our overlords. But in general, I don't delete random video links, especially not when they're helpful. See, you're playing Wraith Lord, you just started doing Monoliths, and you want to buy Exsanguinous. The +4 spell damage is not doing anything, no. Also, though, if you're going low life, you say you want to buy Exsanguinous. I'm guessing that means you're a Merchant's Guild. I would not go low life until you get to the point where you can get an LP Exsanguinous. Exsanguinous is not very good without LP, because it's very hard to get enough life. So until you can get 1 LP Exsanguinous, it's going to be a rough time for you. So that's the thing. I have a pretty proper low life setup. I only have 1 double health idol. You really don't need double health idols. Yeah, but it's such a small amount that it doesn't really matter. Like, I would not worry about how the Exsanguinous rolls, except for the movement speed steroid. Yeah, it'll take a little more damage, but it's not really a relevant amount. Oh, are we at the point in the stream where the game goes potato mode? I think we're at a point of a stream where the game goes potato mode. Minion health isn't really a dead stat. I mean, it's not great, but it's not awful. Correct. If you switch faction, you cannot use the stuff you buy from trade. But also, I can tell you from experience, it is much, much, much harder to play a low life build as Merchant's Guild than a life build. That you really need Merchant's Guild 8 before you can comfortably play low life builds. Because a 1 LP Exsanguinous is going to be 0 gold, and a 0 LP is going to be like 300k gold, and then you're going to struggle for life the entire time. Oh, 37% damage reflected. Yeah, it's pretty dead, unfortunately. But hey, as long as you've got percent life on it, it's pretty chill. Wait, what's this? Yeah. Like, I don't think minion health would necessarily be my ideal pick, but it's definitely not bad. And is Beastmaster worth? I have no idea if there's anything like Bone Shatter on Beastmaster. Somehow I've made it my mission to avoid playing Primalist. Don't know how that became a thing, but that's become a thing now. Did the Wraith Lord die? I wasn't paying attention. Occasionally he will die. Usually when I don't give him enough stuff to hit and he just slowly degenerates down. Oh, we've got so many good things, but I've tons of helmets. Oh, I ended up slamming Volatile Zombie and T7 health. I suspect that you'll be able to go way higher than 400 corruption with those stats. Those idols don't work Neorix. I tried it. They don't do anything on the Wraith Lord, unfortunately. After having played this build with and without the teleport mod on boots, I don't think I'd play it without a teleport mod. Like, if I was ever to play this again, I would farm Last Steps of a Living with LP until I got the teleport mod and then roll this build. Yeah, but they also do nothing, Dixa. That's the problem. What's the point of them? Like, the 2 regular Wraiths don't really do damage anyway. Plus, because I'm scaling minion necrotic damage, they don't really scale if you convert them over to fire, because now they do fire instead of necrotic. And it doesn't affect the Wraith Lord. Like I said, I tried it. Doesn't work. I guarantee you, Hans, that mine is way stricter than yours. But if you want a video on how to make your own loot filter, I do have that on the channel. Wait, does it try to eat the falcon? Well, I'm getting marked for death from the zombies, because I don't really need it outside of the zombies anyway. Ooh. Ooh. I wonder. Can I get teleport on that? Oh, it tries to eat the ballista. At that point, I guess the thing to do would be to go one of the pure Falcon builds, like just pure dive bomb. So can it successfully eat things? So I'll let you in on a little secret in terms of my filter, Hans. Most of what you're seeing is just visual clutter so that I don't get complaints on my videos of why is there no loot? Why did you turn off all the loot? Like, I don't actually look at any of the regular exalted items. And if I was playing without being a content creator, I would straight turn those off. But because they don't highlight in any way, I just completely ignore them. And then the highlighted things are very strict. Poor Wraith Lord. It's just a little confused. That does seem pretty bad. If it doesn't try to eat the Falcon, though, you could 100% just do it that way. Hello, Harton. Here. Get annihilated. Oh. I was gonna buff my Wraith Lord, but he kind of annihilated Harton before I could buff him. Whoops. I guess that buff damage wasn't too relevant anyway, then. I don't think Wraith Lord is the buggiest thing I've seen. Mostly because I've seen other builds in this game. Also, I remember Wolson. Like, even the buggiest stuff here, I'm gonna be honest, doesn't hold a candle to Wolson on release. We're getting into memory leak territory. It's one thing I don't like, and it's specific to online. Every time when I've played a character in online, I have to, I guess I say it's specific to online, but no, it's not. No, I remember it happening in offline too. What's the next upgrade? Probably a ring? I don't know. I don't really care about upgrades at this point. I don't think upgrades matter until I'm at like 500 plus corruption. And it takes so long to get there that I don't even know if I'm going to get there. We'll see. At this point, honestly, the main focus is probably whatever gives me more ward. Just keep my personal survivability high. Seems to be those projectiles causing the lag at the moment. In theory, I could mirror a ring. But it would be hard to... Wait, no, never mind, I can't. Because I need crit avoid on one ring and not the other. So I'd have to replace my offhand? What's my next character? I'll be honest, I haven't decided if I'm rolling one. If I did, I could do Gelcor's Marksman. I could do Skelly Mage. Could probably do Firelock. I don't think there's any build in the game that's fun enough to push over 1,000 corruption. Pushing corruption is awful. So boring. Which is really a shame, because I'd like to see where the builds end, right? How hard can the content get? But pushing is so boring. Yeah, my farming tip is get into empowered monoliths. Don't try to farm it in regular ones. Because you can spend the next 50 hours farming in regular monoliths and not hit what you want. Oh, he actually died. All right, let's resummon him. Is it a big slam or something? It was probably a big slam or something. I mean, realistically, they should just make the progression account bound. That's what they should do. No need for fancy solutions. Yeah, I'm getting to the point where the only meaningful upgrade would probably be something like a T7 experimental. Especially on gloves. But also, I do not have the patience to farm that much. Because it's not going to make a meaningful difference in my build. Yeah. I would actually progress corruption a lot more if it was account bound. Because for me, solving the puzzle of the build is the interesting part. Once I've solved the puzzle of the build, anything beyond that is kind of just limit testing. And if limit testing takes a few hours, that's fine. But if limit testing takes like 50 hours, then I lose interest. Because I'm sure this build could do totally fine in 1,000 corruption. Probably with no actual changes. Like, I feel very powerful right now. To the point where if everything's health quadrupled, I don't think it would really be an issue. I guess I might have to pay attention to Wraith Lord health a little more. But yeah, I feel like I've solved the build. Oh, I messed up slightly. And so at this point, I probably should move on to something else. But I also want, like, I just got my blessings. Do I really want to immediately re-roll when I just got my blessings? I don't know. It's the paradox of last epoch. It's why the next build might just be backpack battles. Ooh, another 3 LP Kestrel. I have a few of those now. Bone Armor, Necrotic Res. That is a sweet idol for my other Warlock build. Oh, I think that's... Oh, no, it's not the end. Never mind. There's more music coming. At least over on Twitch. Yeah, so far I've taken 2, possibly soon 3 characters to 100. which on the one hand, for a $35 game is a fair amount of content. But on the other hand, I have no idea if when 1.1 comes out and there's a new cycle, if there's going to be a real reason to come back or not. I did not see anyone's approach. The only person I saw was a little bit of what Rax was doing, which was apparently what Rise was doing. But also, wait, you can't make the Wraith Lord melee. He doesn't have a melee ability. How does that even work? Or is it that you're using the Wraith Lord with Aberrant's Call to generate a bunch of melee wraiths that do most of your damage? In which case I would say you're not really a Wraith Lord build, you're a Summon Wraith build with extra steps. Okay, yeah, so it's just a Wraith build, but with extra steps. I think at that point, I'd rather just play Flame Wraiths, to be honest with you. But maybe that's just me. Could very well just be me. Oh, wait. The Wraith Lord summoned in, did something weird, and then died. Oh, I see what he's dying to. He's dying to the poison puddles. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. No, stop standing in the poison puddles. God damn it. I mean, you can, but also, again, at that point, it feels like it is not worth dealing with the Wraith Lord's jank just for that. So as someone who doesn't know anything about normal Wraith builds, does Drain Life give you the ability to summon more Wraiths or something? Oh, congrats on your red ring. That's quite rare. Quite valuable. Oh, portal open. Out we go. I mean, if it's just for mana and Elirez, there's definitely other ways to fix that. I guess you couldn't do the full Wraith Swarm thing, but in theory, you could do Ghostmaker stuff with that if you really didn't want to resummon. And at that point, you probably wouldn't go Dreadshade, because you'd have so many Wraiths that buffing them... Oh no, you'd probably do the Aura version, and then you'd do Infernal Shade stuff. Because there's quite a bit of synergy there. The single target damage would not be great, but as a clearing build, it would probably be insane. If the Wraith Lord wasn't janky, I would be much more in favor of using him as a Wraith Summoner. The problem is right now he is super, super, super janky. And getting him to behave when his purpose is Wraith Summoner just sounds rough. Like, at the moment, I just don't think that's worth it. I'll be honest, it was almost backpack battle time when he was skating around instead of attacking. That's the thing, I've played quite a bit of Last Epoch at this point. Don't get me wrong, it was fun, I definitely enjoyed it. But if I encountered a build-breaking bug, I think at this point I'd just be out till next cycle. Flame is way easier to scale than Putrid. Oh, God. Why does that open? I was in a typing box. But hey, as it turns out, if you remove your minions' autonomy entirely, they're much more cooperative. If they can't move, they can't get stuck randomly moving. Easy fix. In fact, I've double removed his ability because I'm also taking the root taunt node, which kind of gets things to attack him, which is hilarious. I wonder if the lag's coming from the plague. Because I still have it. Is it capping my Fizzres? Oh, god damn it, it is. That's unfortunate. I wonder if I have Fizzres idols. If I haven't picked those up. I probably have some. Minion fire damage. Spell damage for curses. I think spell damage for curses. Just use that for now. Yeah, I'll see if his survivability starts falling off. Though I also think it depends on how much int you have. Where now that I have 56, it might be easier. Yes, rooting him in place makes him less dumb. Nope, I have not seen builds that other people are doing. Well, let's find out if anything good dropped. Let's see. I don't think I even need... Wait, was that well rolled? If it's well... No, it's poorly rolled. Don't need any of those. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't watch Last Epoch content. I don't really watch content for any of the games I make content on, to be honest with you. Oh. Okay. Maybe I should have expected him to not survive that. Yeah, it's a common assumption people have that I watch like Path of Exile or Last Epoch or Diablo 4. Here's the thing, Quintessence. It could be the best content on YouTube, but about Last Epoch, and I still wouldn't watch it. Because what is it going to be? Well, it's going to be a build guide. Or it's going to be a mechanics guide. The thing is, I can get that information in 30 seconds from looking at someone's planner. I understand enough about how the game works that I don't need to watch a video explaining everything in detail. I can spend 30 seconds looking at a planner and go, oh, yep, I see those 3 items. That makes sense. Or if it's a, how to farm this thing guide, unless there's a bug I'm not aware of, I already know it. Like for all of these ARPGs, the content is primarily focused at beginners, which makes sense. That's a majority of the audience. That's what I make content for primarily. But that's not what I find interesting in terms of what I watch personally. When I'm excited to make a video for Last Epoch, it's not about, I think this is the most interesting thing. It's, I want to share my experiences with, this build that you might want to play. Whereas if I'm going to go watch something on my own, let me think. What were some really good videos that I saw recently? Gotcha Drama and the Korean Gender War by Moon Channel. That was really, really cool. Excellent video. Be warned, you're going to get a lesson on Korean history, but it's awesome. What else was really good? Some of the cold takes from Second Wind Group. Those are really good. I saw a documentary on the making of Vampire Survivors by, I think it was No Clip Documentaries. And of course, the recent worst MMO ever. Like, that's the stuff that I watch in my own time. But you can't really do any of that content for ARPGs. It doesn't exist. Which is why I have a second channel where you can do stuff like that. And where I do stuff like that. A bit. Definitely not as good as the creators that I mentioned. Maybe someday. But yeah, it's definitely a weird feeling to know that most of the videos that I make aren't things that I would ever watch personally. But I also have fun making them because I'm excited to share what I've been doing, if that makes sense. Where it's a different kind of thing. It's not making the video I'd want to see. It's, hey, I think the thing that I did is pretty cool. Even though for this game, I don't particularly care about that kind of stuff personally, because I know a lot of other people do care. Let's see if I hit. I hit. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Sometime between the, I think it was 21st and 29th. Pretty sure those were the dates. So soon, TM. And how close to a 21st it is versus how close to a 29th depends on how much things change. So how much I play something like Elden Ring depends on if people watch the content I make. Because unfortunately, like recording and scripting and editing videos takes quite a long time. And so I often don't have as much time as I would like to play the games that I would like to. But if people watch the content, I would love to play Elden Ring. And I'll be playing it to some extent regardless. It's just a matter of, will I be playing it a little or will I be playing it a lot? Like in terms of games I play in my own time, Elden Ring is actually a lot closer to what I play than ARPGs. But ARPGs are my time killer games rather than my, I really want a new and different experience games, if that makes sense. And so because I play a lot of time killers for work now, I don't tend to play them nearly as much as I used to in my own time. And hey, welcome on in, Mars. I'm glad you've been enjoying. Although there are some ARPGs that, at least from what I've seen, end up being a convergence. No Rest for the Wicked. I'm super excited for that one because it seems like a dangerously perfect storm of game that people will watch me play so I can make content on it, which means I can kind of play it as much as I want. Time killer game and new experience game. And that's just dangerous because that means I'm going to play it way too much. All right, thanks for stopping by, Quintessence. Ooh, those boots are shiny. And that's where doing content creation sometimes gets very weird. Because for me, games fall into two categories, right? There's the, well, I guess it's three. There's the games that I will try for work to make content on it, and then never play again. That would be something like Diablo Immortal, where I'm going to tell you right now, if I wasn't a content creator, I never would have touched that. I tried it, and I made some content on it, and I will never play it again. Then there are games that I play in my own time and don't make that much content on. A good example of this would be Tiny Rogues, where I enjoy it, but I don't think there's a ton of content there. So I mostly just play it for fun. And I do have a lot of fun playing it. And then there's games in the middle. A good example of a game in the middle is PoE. Like, a lot of my PoE playtime has just been for fun. But then there's also times where I'm really primarily playing it in a way that isn't as fun. Like when I'm recording a currency strat, I'm going to be honest, picking up and recording all the items, not particularly fun. Doing the farming's fun, but the recording of the items part, not very fun. And so that's a content creation kind of thing. And so that sits in the middle ground. Whereas making builds in PoE and solving the puzzle, oh, I love that. That is super fun to me. So I do have another YouTube channel. It's called Tenkiei Gaming. It's down in the description. And yes, I do make content on it. It's just that right now it doesn't make me very much money. And so I have to be careful how much time I spend doing that. As for have I tried Grim Dawn, Wilson, or Undecember? Yes, I have a review of Grim Dawn, TLDR. I've played Grim Dawn 3 times now. I've enjoyed normal. Elite is boring, and difficulty mode shouldn't be a thing in ARPGs. That is very outdated game design. I'm really hoping Titan Quest 2 does not have difficulty modes where you just replay the same thing over and over. As for Wilson, I really need to make a worst ARPG ever, Wilson Lords of Mayhem. And Undecember. That'd be an example of I will at some point play it for work, hate it, and then never touch it again. Because I've watched a couple people play it. And I can tell you right now, I'm going to have like 2 hours of fun playing that game. And the rest is going to be, this is wrong with it, that's wrong with it, this is bad design, that's wrong with it, all the way through. Admittedly, sometimes I'm pleasantly surprised. Like when I played Torchlight 1, I was expecting to have that experience where I was expecting for it to feel really clunky and outdated. It was actually pretty darn fun. About the only thing that wasn't fun is when I was fighting Ordrak, I was definitely under-leveled and my build was bad, so the fight took literally 30 minutes. But hey, I beat him. At the end, I won. Oh, that's the thing, Mars. There's a 0% chance I get hooked on Undecember. Because I can see through to the underlying systems that hinge around the pay to win, and they just constantly annoy me. So that's why I say it's not a good game. It's a bad game by design, because otherwise there'd be no incentive for people to spend money. Because at the end of the day, when pay to win is that baked into your game, there's no such thing as a great game with horrible pay to win. Because the point of the good things is to funnel you into the pay to win. You can't separate the two. And that's the problem. Now, if you show me a version of Undecember that has no pay to win, and gets rebalanced to account for that, then maybe. But until that exists, you can't separate them. It's the same problem with ArcAge. Because I used to say, oh yeah, ArcAge is a great game except for the pay to win, and then I realized, no, ArcAge is the way it is because of the pay to win. It would be a completely different game if you took that out. And so I don't separate that anymore. All right, let's go Bully Formosus. What do you think? Boots, helmet, not helmet, boots, gloves. What are we getting this time? No, I didn't quite buff him correctly, but it's fine. He'll still go down pretty fast. Oh, we got boots and gloves. No OP, though. Yeah, unfortunately, I really don't like a lot of the discussions around pay to win because I find they get very unproductive. Like, I remember the topic that I heard last was, oh, if you can pay for any power at all, even if unintentional by the devs, the game is pay to win. i.e., in Path of Exile, by that logic, it's a pay to win game. In Last Epoch, if in theory you get 1 FPS higher from using a certain MTX, then that makes Last Epoch a pay to win game. I do not see games that way at all. Instead, I look at what is the design intent. How does the monetization intersect with the design? And if the monetization intersects with the design in such a way to encourage you to not only spend money, because every game's monetization does that, let's be honest, that's the point, but also continue to spend money for more advantages, that's where I put pay to win. In PoE, there's a cap. If I spend $500 on stash tabs and you spend $500 million on stash tabs, A, thank you for funding PoE 3. I really appreciate that. And B, good luck ever loading your stash. Like, that's just straight pay to lose. Whereas if I spend $500 in Genshin Impact and you spend $500 million, you're going to have a significantly easier time of the game. And thank you, Bruno. I'm very glad you like the Death Must Die content. I liked making it, and that was the sort of game where it was just close enough to ARPGs. I'm probably going to be sneaking in more content like that. I'm not 100% sure when, but I'm probably going to try to sneak in some cheeky backpack battles and Deep Rock Galactic Survivor content, because I've noticed a lot of ARPG players like Bullet Heavens and like backpack battles because it's basically just ARPG build simulator. And so, yeah, definitely going to be doing more of that stuff. Don't know 100% if it'll be on the main channel or the second channel. We'll see. The streams will be on the main channel. The videos, it might be on the main, might be on the second. Yeah. And I'll definitely try making some Elden Ring content too, to go back to the question that kind of started all this. Like, I tried Armored Core 6. Not many people watched my Armored Core 6 content, unfortunately. So it didn't make very much. I tried Baldur's Gate 3. Surprisingly, not many people watched that either. I was really expecting it to be more popular. Assassin's Creed Mirage wasn't popular. Palworld wasn't popular. But Death Must Die was popular. And I kind of feel like Elden Ring might appeal to a lot of PoE players. Certainly hoping it does. Because again, I have a limited amount of time to play games just because I like them and they're fun. And I have a lot more time to play them when I can put time into making content and showing people cool stuff. And more, the more I enjoy a game, the more I want to be able to make content on it and show people that cool stuff, which is why I have my second channel. Because then I can just be like, hey, there's this indie game that like 5 people care about, but I think it's really cool, and here's the cool thing I did. And the more people watch that, the more likely I can get enough money from that I can keep doing it. Because I'm not the sort of content creator that has like $1 million mansion. It is not that glamorous, let me tell you. I do think I'll call the build for Wraith Lord finished, though. And so, as of tomorrow... let's say as of tomorrow or Tuesday, the guide will be out. Someone with $1 million mansions in the PoE scene? Honestly, probably not. Like, ARPGs aren't exactly super popular. I know that might sound weird, but ARPGs are actually a very small niche. But I don't know people's finances. I don't know how much money a lot of people do and don't have. That's kind of a problem, Anri, but it's a little bit more complicated because it goes back to how the YouTube algorithm works. Where, wait, really? Another 3LP Kestrel? Maybe I should use that for something. I've literally gotten 3 of them now. So the way the algorithm works is when you release a video, it looks at, okay, here's a list of names of people who have watched this content creator recently. And they're probably subscribed. They probably have the bell notifications on, all that stuff. I'm going to start by showing those people this video to see if they like it. And if the answer is yes, then I'll show it to more people who like videos similar to the videos these people watch. And it expands out from there and out from there, and you reach a wider and wider audience. But then if they don't watch it, it goes, I don't really know what to do anymore. I don't know who this is for. I'm just going to keep showing it to people who watch this person's other content. Oh, nobody likes this video. This must be a bad video. I'll stop showing it to anyone. And hey, Lotador. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm just watching my Wraithlord blast stuff and chilling with chat. This is a very chill build. Non-meta build and push it to its limits. I have less than 0 interest in that. Because first of all, that means learning what the meta is. Second of all, that means caring about the fact that my build is off meta. And third of all, that means going through the incredibly boring pushing a build to its limits, which I do not like doing in last Epoch. When did I decide to become a content creator and what inspired me? So are you talking about full-time or like very, very start? Because the very, very start was I used to play World of Warcraft and I was in a top 20 US guild at the time. And I had several friends who were like, I want to watch you play the game. And so I started streaming for literally just a couple of real life friends so that they could see my raids. And then I ended up putting some videos on YouTube because I was playing Path of Exile. And I was like, I keep getting these questions. I'm too lazy to keep answering the same question 50 times. So I'll just make a short video and put it on YouTube and that answers the question. And then when someone asks me the same thing 50 times, I can just be like, go watch the video. It's already done. And then around 2020, I lost my job. And I was like, well, I have literally nothing better to do right now. So maybe I'll make more videos. So that's what I did. And here I am. And yeah, my content has changed quite a bit since then because I do have to be careful about how much money a video will make now, at least to an extent. Some videos, like my experiences playing offline and online in last Epoch, those videos made me basically $0 and I knew they were going to, but I just wanted to share my experience because I knew for the people who watch all of my videos and like watch every video and want to know how I feel and think about stuff, which is really cool. Like, they're going to really appreciate that. And so that's who those videos were for. And I'd love for every video to be one of those. But unfortunately, I think I'd end up playing way too many small indie games for that. And so, yeah. And yes, I lost my job because of a pandemic and the lockdowns and all that. It's fine. I'm happier doing this, to be honest. At least most days. At least when I don't read the comments on a tier list video. I'll be honest with you, one. I'm pretty sure that's a lot of people. A lot of people watch most of my videos or a lot of my videos for years and don't subscribe. Because subscribing, while it definitely helps in the algorithm, isn't nearly as important as it used to be. And I'll be honest, the only reason I say be sure to get subscribed and like the video is because it's YouTube algorithm things. If I didn't ever have to do that again, I wouldn't ever do that again. There's a lot of stuff like that. But that's the sacrifice that I knowingly and willingly made to be able to do this as my job. Working Lich build that isn't a zombie one. Not really. Lich is kind of just bad Warlock right now. At that point, how I would solve that puzzle is by playing Warlock. I think I do this, and when I pop the zombies, then I wait just a fraction of a second. Yep. And now I do this, and then I pop the zombies, and then I dread shade him, and hopefully I don't miss with my dread shade, which I don't think I did. Then I should be good to pop the boss with zombies in just a second here. 7, 24, 22. Oh. No, you don't get killed. Oh, I missed. Damn it. Oh, nope. You would be surprised at how effective it is, Henry. It is very effective still. Like, you might not think that it is because everyone does it. You would be genuinely surprised how many people completely forgot and need the reminder. Forget to like, follow, or subscribe on content. Yeah, no worries. Goodbye, Orbis. Yeah, you're getting annihilated. Oh, did my... Yep, my big guy died. All right. Oh, Orbis is invisible again. Everyone loves an invisible Orbis. Yeah. Call to actions are shockingly effective. Just like how clickbait is shockingly effective. You're wondering, why does every big YouTuber use clickbait? The answer is because if you don't use clickbait, you don't become a big YouTuber. Like, those things just work. I think the main reason there's not that many post-release guides, Robert, is it just takes a while to make them. Like, I've made 2, I'm about to make my 3rd. And especially if you want to showcase high corruption, which I haven't been doing, I'd probably be at 1 right now. And sure, I could probably make half-baked guides and, you know, make 5 a day or something, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually test stuff and play the builds. And so, yeah, I think it's just that it takes time to make them. Also, to be fair, a surprising amount of pre 1.0 guides are still fully relevant. So I also think it's a case of if I had played a build before. Actually, wait, I can talk about this because I have an example. Smite Hammerdin, or more accurately, Smite Void Knight. I have no desire to remake that video because the current existing version is 90% correct already. I only have $1 million mansion in Path of Exile. Now in Path of Exile, yeah, I probably have the equivalent of $1 million mansion. It's called a Penance Brand Slayer. I guess that build was less $1 million mansion and more a Lamborghini. Or whatever the hot foreign car is these days. I don't know, I'm not a car person. But in real life, forget $1 million mansion. How about just house? So, CLT7 of a planner, if it's an experimental affix, is totally fine. If it's not an experimental affix, is completely impossible. Oh yeah, there's a huge... That's why I haven't really been pushing a ton of content in terms of corruption and all that. Because I don't really think most people watching are going to care if a build can go to 1,000 or 2,000 or anything like that. So I actually think there's quite a bit of an appetite for builds that are just good. And that's why I haven't been doing the super high corruption stuff. A, because I'd hate it, and B, because I don't think most people are actually going to push their build that far. Now, if it feels really good to play around 500 corruption, they can go a little bit beyond. I feel like that's the perfect sweet spot right now. Strongest Falconer build. Something bug abuse Falconer something. Now that they fixed Infinite Ward, there's probably some other bugged build. I don't know. Just look at the arena ladder and see whoever's #1 and try to figure out what bugs they're using. Strongest build in the last Epoch right now is a completely pointless discussion. It'll have a point once they fix the bugs, if they ever fix the bugs. Hey, Traffic, welcome on in. How did your stream go? What were you playing and how did it go? Easiest way to farm gold through a Merchant's Guild / stash tabs. Higher corruption. Push your corruption up and you get more gold. Hey, not too much, just kind of chilling. I have a Railgun build. I'm blasting everything on a Railgun build. Trying to get a little bit more corruption right now. Detonating arrow on a... You know, I've been trying to muster the will to level a marksman to get detonating arrow on explosive trap with the 2 daggers. I think I have like 3 or 4 of the 3 LP ones too. But that means leveling a marksman, and I kind of just don't enjoy how marksman levels after playing Falconer. And so instead, I played Wraith Lord. Oh yeah, it looks super busted. Looks insanely busted. Because the daggers already did giga damage. The problem was, then you're a melee build. And you're a squishy marksman melee build, because marksman doesn't get all the good Blade Dancer defenses. And if you go Blade Dancer and you have good defenses, you don't get to specialize detonating arrow. And so, like, at this point, with the traps, you have infinite damage and you can project it. It's kind of like the Falconer build that I played, where you basically have infinite damage between your ballista and your dive bomb. And if you're squishy, which I was, because I didn't really feel like I needed defenses, that's fine. Just shoot at the edge of a screen. The enemies will die before you see them anyway. Because I don't think you can quite throw the traps as far, but you could easily off-screen with, like, Blast Rain impact trigger stuff. Yep, that sounds about right. I do have a lot of trap throwing gear, to be honest. Like a lot. Let's see. What cool throwing stuff do I have? That's not cool. That's kind of cool. Throwing attack speed. That's cool. I don't think if throwing damage works, because it converts over to melee. But throwing attack speed would scale the rate at which you fire the melee attacks. So these would be nice. Hey, how's it going, Vision? Right now, I'm just looking through to see what I have. Oh, look. Throwing -4. And thank you very much for the raid. How did your stream go? Hopefully you finally escaped Harvest. And let's see, how many blast knives do I have? Because I honestly might just play this next and explore it a bit. These are the... Okay, those are 2 LP. Those are bad. 3 LP. That's 1 3 LP knife. Do I only have 1 3 LP knife? I thought I had... There we go, 2. I have 2. Or maybe 3. Yeah, 3 3 LP knives. Surely I can't miss on all of them. He says before he misses on all of them. Put that in here. Put this in here. I was kind of thinking of doing a... Is it static? Something like a static build. Static or spark charge or something with that node and detonating arrow. And that node in explosive trap. Or maybe I'm confusing mechanics. I'd have to go read it. Yeah, let's... Now, we need a 16th tab. All-time favorite game and why? I don't really have an all-time favorite game, and why? I like playing different stuff. There's some games in specific genres that I definitely like a lot, but I can't pick an overall single game. Okay. This is just a seal. Yeah, this is just a seal. Done. Insight. Yeah, Pewee would be my favorite ARPG. Or at the very least, my favorite Diablo-like ARPG. If we're talking about non-Diablo-like, Lost Kingdoms 2. Opinion on Lich versus Necro. Well, I haven't played Lich in a while, but I've heard a lot of bad things about it these days. About how Warlock kind of power crept it. But also, those are completely different builds. Like, Necro, you're playing minions, Lich, you're not. So do you want to play a minion build? Go Necro. If not, then play Lich. Or, more accurately, play Warlock. So I played Monster Hunter World when it first came out. I have to say it was not a very good experience on PC. I've heard that they have long fixed it. I should probably play one of the new Monster Hunter games and see how it goes. But at the time, the performance was rough. Like, we're talking seconds per frame rough. I mean, if you're just trying to go to 500 corruption, yeah, Lich is plenty viable. If you're talking about you want the best of a best build that's pushing 2,000 plus and you want to have a chance to rank on the arena leaderboards, no, only Warlock is viable. I don't think there's any other class that even compares to Warlock right now because bugs are fun. What's the strongest Warlock build? The one's abusing the most bugs. Like, just look around for all the bugs and play Gotta Catch 'em All. One of these days I'll get a Prism Wrap with LP. Then promptly brick it. Well, I should go over there. Is this arena? God damn it, it's arena. Do I care enough? Probably. Let's refresh you, buddy. Get all the damage. Feed him some zombies. Yes, Sanguine Pool is the bug. Sanguine Pool is the primary bug that gives you infinite defenses right now. Because it's giving 10 times as much ward as it's supposed to. Which, as it turns out, is a lot. Yeah, I remember the days of games not having tutorials like, oh, what was that game called? It was a Square Enix title that had on the cover this gigantic sword sticking out of a city. The main character was really edgy. I guess that describes most of the Square Enix games. I don't think the main character was really edgy as a helpful description. But I remember that game being both a very fun and also very frustrating experience because it punishes you for grinding. And so me thinking, oh, JRPG, I grind. Whenever I ran into a tough boss battle, I'd just grind. And at first, you could grind past it. But then one of the later bosses, he just kept insta-killing my entire party. No, I wasn't paying attention, so I died. Rip. No, it wasn't Final Fantasy VII or Crisis Core. You know, maybe I'm in high enough corruption that I actually have to look at my screen a little bit. It was newer than Final Fantasy VII, because it was like Xbox 360 era. But yeah, I got to this boss and he used the insta god wipe move. And then I remember years and years later coming across a YouTube video that talked about how he only gets that if you're too high level, because the more you grind, the more enemies scale. And so I made the game basically unbeatable for myself. I mean, to be fair, even these days, they still have some very good games. It's just a little more inconsistent because sometimes their goal is to make monetization vessels instead of video games. And as it turns out, monetization vessels aren't very fun. All right, let's go bully Formosus. I have not played FF7 Remake yet. I'm waiting for the third part to come out and also for it to be available on PC. I also haven't played FF16 yet. I 100% would have, except for the fact that it didn't come out on PC. And I am too lazy to give Sony my money and then also get a capture card and all that. Another not very good Frostbite shackles. I think the LPL on Frostbite is pretty high, so I probably shouldn't expect one. But if I did get a 2 LP Frostbite, I would try to use Frostbite in this build. Because I remember part 1 of FF7 Remake is on Epic Games now. Though I also heard the porting of it was pretty poor, which is unfortunate. I do have a Switch. So I haven't played any of the Xenoblade games, but I did really like the Xenosaga games way back in the day. Oh. I wish I could remember what the game was called. I wonder, if I Google Square Enix Xbox 360 games, will it come up? Oh! The Last Remnant. And I see why, because the front box art doesn't have the sword in the city, it just has the sword. That's why. Yeah, it was the Last Remnant. I love how I could find that by Googling Square Enix Xbox 360 games. Yeah. I like games that are anime style. Like the Tales series. Tales series is a great example. It's very anime. It's like super anime. Anime is the point. Overall, I don't really care about your art style. What I care about is, does your art style fit the world? So if you're trying to tell a super serious story, people are dying, it's a tragedy, and the animations are super goofy and it's bright colors everywhere and everything's cartoony, that's a bit weird. That's what bothered me about Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Like, that game is trying to tell a serious story, but it looks super jank and cartoony. Whereas if a game like leans into the more cartoony style, that's totally fine. And you can also use bright colors with a serious story. Hades does this really, really well. Hades would almost be super cartoony, but they play it in just the right way where it instead comes off as brilliantly stylized. My favorite Tales game is Tales of Symphonia. It's a classic. It's probably timeless. I should definitely get it on Steam and play it again. It's great. Another really good stylized game, Okami. I love the stylization in that game, and it fits perfectly with the world. Or like Torchlight Infinite. Very cartoony, very over the top. The art style fits the game direction very well. So like, cartoony isn't necessarily bad. It's only bad when you're trying to shoehorn something in. When something shouldn't be cartoony. Oh, wait, that's the 1LP Prism Wrap I mentioned. Or like, another game that I haven't played admittedly, but the art style fits very well is Hi-Fi Rush. That's really cartoony and stylized, but in a way that fits perfectly. Or another game that its style fits it very well. Neon White. That game is super anime and over the top. And in terms of their voice acting, oh, they know they're anime. Like, they are not trying to hide it. They're just like, yeah, we're anime. Also, by the way, we have one of the most iconic anime voice actors playing our main character. I haven't played the newest Fire Emblem, but I really did like the style that they did when they first went 3D. So like Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. That was a great style. They did a really good job with it. Some of the games after, like Shadow Dragon and Awakening, the style was okay, but I didn't like it quite as much personally. And I haven't played the newest 3D Fire Emblem. Yeah. You can have pretty much any art direction you want so long as it fits your game. Another game with a really good sense of style. Actually, two. Octopath Traveler / Triangle Strategy. Because those are such retro throwback games, and they do a really cool job of capturing that retro style. Yep. I was talking about this a little bit earlier on stream, but there's a lot of games that I like a lot, and I play a lot, but I don't really make content on this channel because people don't really watch it. So I have a second channel, or at least a second YouTube channel. I don't have a second Twitch channel. And I put stuff like that when I have the time to not only play the game, but make content. Yeah, Nier Automata is another good one. Or just everything that Yoko Taro does, where he fully embraces the anime stuff. Also, I swear, I've seen interviews where he's playing a character. Like, there's no way he is actually that energetic in real life. He has to be playing a character. I don't know. If he is, keep that man away from coffee. I don't know. I don't want to see what happens when he drinks coffee. But he also seems so excited about things. What is it with Japanese game directors being completely insane in an amazing way? Because so many of them are just completely insane, and I love it. Like the CEO of Pocket Pair, who made Pal World. He's like, yeah, Americans like to shoot stuff, so we added guns to our game. And we added character customization because Westerners like to make really ugly characters, and trust me, you can make some real ugly characters in that game. Yeah, these are actual things he said in interviews. But the storytelling in the Nier games is super, super cool. That is the sort of game where you can watch a video on the Nier storytelling, have a great time, and have legitimately no interest in ever playing the games. Or alternatively, you can play the games for like 100+ hours and still want to find out more about the lore in the world. Storytelling is just so good. I think the whole when developers do good, other developers criticize is kind of overstated, to be honest. Like, I remember there was a big thing around Baldur's Gate 3 with that. And it started with a tweet from, oh, what's his name? Writer for Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. And from everything that I saw, he wasn't really trying to be critical of Baldur's Gate 3. He was just trying to say, hey, don't expect Rogue Trader to be Baldur's Gate 3. And, I mean, it wasn't. But also, from what I've heard, a lot of people really like Rogue Trader. It's a really solid experience. It just doesn't have the breadth of scale that Baldur's Gate 3 does, which is totally fair. Right, he wasn't wrong. And then that kind of spiraled into a whole other discussion that got very blown out of context, because that's how social media works. Because I remember Alana Pierce talking about that. And she's someone I trust a lot with stuff like that, because she's literally a writer in the games industry. She's had decades of experience. She's talked to these devs. She talked to the guy who made the tweet, and she's like, he's wonderful. But then there were also people who were going on about how, you know, oh, players shouldn't expect this from a AAA studio, blah, blah, blah. Which, yeah, you probably shouldn't, but that's because the corporate higher-ups won't let you do that. I guarantee you there are people at Activision or Blizzard or EA or Ubisoft who would love to make a Baldur's Gate 3. But the bosses are like, no, we must make the quadruple A game that should have been a Black Flag DLC and then sell it for $70. Oh, I mean $40. Oh, I mean, wait, people are only playing our free trial? Like, that's not game devs. That's monetization experts and CEOs pandering to shareholders in a way that ruins the experience for everyone else, including the devs. And to be fair, I think there's a little more to when AAA devs, or very specific AAA devs working at certain companies, had problems with Elden Ring and were called out for it. Where a lot of AAA games are overly hand-holdy, where the UI plays the game for you. And Elden Ring is very much the opposite of that. And part of a problem with that is it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you are super hand-holdy, and I can actually speak from experience, my YouTube content used to be more hand-holdy. And then I stopped doing that because I realized if I was super, super hand-holdy, people would expect me to hold their hand for everything. And the problem is, I can't do that. A, I don't have the patience for it. And B, there's only one of me. And so there's a point where I can't do everything, even if I'd want to. And so I changed my content to be more about, I will teach you and you can go from there. And I've had a lot of success with that. And so I do think in their quest to be everything for everyone, AAA games have gone too far. There's a balance, right? Not every game should be Elden Ring. Not every game should just say, hey, here's the deep end, good luck swimming. But there's more room for games like that. It's why I'm glad that Path of Exile 2 seems to be more in that vein than going for the making a game for everyone AAA route. That Path of Exile 2 is very much trying to find that middle ground, where it's simplifying its systems to the point where a beginner can come in and understand things and not be lost. But at the same time, yeah, you mess up on a boss, it's just going to kill you. Come back again, get good, learn the patterns, go again. Death isn't the end of the world. At least not in video games. Yeah, I'm glad it's helped. Because yeah, that's always the goal now. And I get that there is business in game dev. Like, as much as I would like to say, oh, I wish people could just make games because they like doing it. And in a utopia, people would make games just because they like doing it. I'd make videos exclusively just because I like doing it. There's a certain amount of, you have to think about monetization. Like, I have to think about it with my content. There's some videos that I make, not necessarily because I'm the most excited about it. A lot of the time it is because I'm excited about it. But occasionally there are videos where it's like, even if I'm not super excited about it, I need to make a best starters build. Even when starters were super boring and I kind of didn't have anything to talk about, like, that video pays for a week of work. I can make whatever I want for the rest of a week because I made that one video. That's how impactful some of those are. Thankfully, last league, with all the transfigured gems, I was super excited. I loved making that video. Because there's tons of options now. But then in, what was it? 321? Yeah, 321, not nearly as exciting. So, I see where you're coming from with that, Aros. Personally, I think there's a lot of room to experiment with builds, or at the very least, there's a lot of room for me to experiment with builds. But that's probably because I've played the game to the point where I understand its fundamental systems. I tried to make videos explaining the fundamental systems. I've tried a couple times now, and I've given up both times because every time it takes me like 30 or 40 hours to make that video. And then gets like 20,000 views or 30,000 views, which might sound like a lot, but that means I'm probably being paid under $1 an hour for my work. And I don't have enough 30 and 40 hours to do that, unfortunately. I'd really like to try again and try a different style and see if A, I can make those videos faster, and B, they can reach a wider audience. Because I'd love to share that knowledge. I'd love to like take the knowledge from my brain and download it directly into your brain. But it's really hard. Like, it's really hard. Wait, did I just accidentally get an upgrade? I think I might have accidentally gotten an upgrade here if I can roll it well. Let's see. Do we brick the weapon? Increased stun chance with melee. This has to seal. Come on. There's like no chance if it doesn't. Okay. Never mind. It's a brick. Oh, that's really awesome to hear, Magic. Yeah, I do think that From Software titles and difficult games in general do help you become a better gamer. Because instead of just immediately going, oh, I failed, the game must be stupid, you learn that failure is a learning experience. And that's really hard to teach. There's an awesome video from Daryl Talks Games about how Souls games save you that gets into that. Really, really good video. Now, that reminds me of a pet peeve of mine. The whole bait build thing. I feel like there was a time where there were constructive discussions around that. But the time for that has long passed, where people are just witch hunting. People are like, oh, you put 74% cold resistance instead of 75, bait build. It's like, no, it's not a bait build. That's a very minor, irrelevant thing. Video by Daryl, Daryl, Talks Games on YouTube on how Souls games save you. Yeah. I used to like look at builds and assess them for people to see if they're good. I've stopped doing that because I've realized it just leads to content creators getting harassed and witch hunts and all sorts of negative things, which at this point, it is legitimately not worth engaging with. Like, any good that I could do by talking about how to make a build better is immediately erased by how much harm can be done, especially if people come in halfway through, don't understand the concept and go, oh, he said this thing is bad. I will now go send angry messages to whoever made this. Even if I'm saying something like, I think this is a cool build. I think this is a cool creator. You should play this build. You should just change these two things. People have still done that. And it's like, what the fuck? I was recommending it. Why are you witch hunting? I mean, if the YouTube channel you're talking about is an RMT site, that's a little different. RMT sites deserve all the flack they get. But I'm talking about creator builds where the whole space has just become so toxic that I don't really talk about it anymore. Unless I really only have positive things to say. Which sucks, because I'd rather be able to say in a mature manner, hey, these are some things that are a problem with this build. These are some things this build could do better, but overall I think it's really good. Like, yeah. It's unfortunate. Because it does limit what you can do. Because at the end of the day, I don't want a content creator, even if they make a bad build, I don't want a content creator to get harassed. Like, how does that help anything? It doesn't. Yeah, and unfortunately with PoE, it is super, super common that that's where the conversation goes these days. Yeah, I mean, it's why I've moved away a lot from guides for a lot of builds. I still do them sometimes, but I also realized that another thing, which goes back to the education, I've had a lot of success not just putting the POB under my videos, which there's so many reasons for that. Like reason number one, YouTube has been straight deleting links to Pastebin off of videos. It's like, we've detected an unauthorized link. We're going to remove it. So A, if I put a POB link, it might not even exist in the future because YouTube's just going to delete it because they're like, we hate Pastebin for some reason. Then second of all, there's no nuance to that POB. There's no user manual. Even if you put it in the notes, there's no user manual. And C, if someone has a question and needs help, asking in the YouTube comments doesn't really end well. Like, you can't get meaningful help there. So instead, I put it in my Discord, which A, means I can keep it updated. Because if I change something on the build, I can just put a new one in the Discord channel. B, I control whether it gets deleted or not. And C, if someone has a question, hey, there's a build help channel. And a lot of people are probably playing the build, and you'll probably get an answer. Like, more often than not, I've seen people get answers, even if I'm not the one giving the answer. I'm glad you like the actual resources. I can tell you a lot of people have put a lot of hard work into those. And we're always looking to improve them. Yeah, so overall, I think having POBs in my Discord or planner links or everything in general, it helps so much because if someone's willing to join a Discord, they're usually willing to engage with nuance more. Whereas if someone's just looking at the comment section on a video, there's no real incentive for them to engage in nuance. Oh, thank you very much for the 1 month subscription. Welcome on in. Enjoy the ad-free viewing experience. And thank you for the support. Yeah, there's no real incentive in comment sections. Like, if it wasn't a thing that YouTube basically required, I'm going to be honest, I would rather not have a comment section on my video and instead direct people who want to talk about stuff to Discord. Just because, yeah, there have been some cool, like, engaging and fun conversations I've had in my comment section. But I also have to go in there and remove, like, actual garbage of, like, hey, I'm gonna double your crypto. Or, oh my God, click this thing for free giveaway. Totally not a scam at giveaway@scam.com. Like, there's that. And then there's the comments that are entirely unproductive or unhelpful. Like, I got a comment on my best builds of 2023 retrospective of someone who was legitimately upset that in March of 2024, he couldn't play some of the builds. He was legitimately upset. He was like, this video is super misleading because these builds don't exist anymore and you can't play them. It's like, yeah, that's the point of a retrospective. It's looking back on what was cool in the past. And yeah, he took zero time to critically engage. Oh, why do I moderate it instead of YouTube? Because YouTube's moderation doesn't catch a lot of stuff. And if the choice is, do I leave a literal scam? I mean, YouTube does also moderate. It's not like I turn off YouTube moderation. But yeah, YouTube also just, there have been outright scams that YouTube has just left. In fact, there was one the other day where it was like, click my description to make $1,000 a month. I guarantee you, if you click that, it's going to try to funnel you to some random course where you give them $1,000 and make $0 a month. Like, just straight up scam garbage. And YouTube left that. And so, unfortunately, yeah, exactly. Like, I get that YouTube is a very big platform and that in some regard, it is hard to moderate. But as a content creator, I can tell you right now, it is very frustrating to feel like I have to moderate my comment section to such an extent where it's beyond just removing people being dumb and starting flame wars. Because there is always going to be a level of that. But beyond that, I feel like I shouldn't have to moderate easy to detect scams, but YouTube should do that automatically. Because at the end of the day, for my comment section, I am going to choose whether I want someone there or not. That if, I don't know, I see 5 comments by someone and all they're doing is being like, oh, this is wrong. Everyone's wrong. You're all idiots. Like, why would I want that person to keep commenting? Why would anyone want to read that? And so for something like that, even if YouTube didn't catch it, yeah, I'd remove it. Because what? They're going to make people angry, so then people reply, and then it becomes a flame war. They're not engaging with a video in any sort of critical in the, I guess, philosophical sense. They're just flame baiting. But I do, again, kind of wish that having a comment section in general wasn't required, because I feel like if a comment section wasn't required, and if I was like, hey, join my Discord if you want to have these conversations, the conversations that come out of that would be a lot more productive, and people would actually be able to talk to each other like humans. You know? Yeah, YouTube has issues, but I will also say, if you're a content creator, it is still by far the best platform. Twitch also has a lot of issues, unfortunately. And every platform has its issues. But right now, out of all the options, YouTube is still by far the best. Like, I would be nowhere near, if Twitch was my main platform, I'd be nowhere near making a full-time income. In 2020, I would have gone full-time content creator. And by 2021 or 2022, I would have had to get a job, either part-time or full-time. Whereas with YouTube, it hasn't been easy, but I did manage to, at least for now, stay full-time content creation. Although, I guess it's not just from YouTube, because, you know, it's YouTube, it's Twitch, it's all sorts of things. It's sponsorships. So I've had YouTube Premium for so long that I don't actually know what an ad on YouTube looks like. And I got YouTube Premium ages ago for things like the music stuff, because YouTube's always kind of been my go-to for finding music. And at this point, yeah, I don't know what YouTube ads look like. I probably haven't seen an ad on YouTube in 10 years. Yeah. I don't really use the TV side of stuff much, but I definitely use the music side of YouTube a lot. I'll be honest, I don't think I'm paying extra yet. I think I'm still locked in at the original rate. I think it's going to go up at some point soon. But I'm pretty sure I'm still paying the legacy rate because I've had it for so long. And I know there's also Twitch Turbo, but the difference is when ads on Twitch annoy me, my response is to watch something that isn't Twitch, as opposed to wanting to give Twitch money to watch more Twitch. I can't really explain why. It's just a feeling thing. Probably because I've never really felt like I get a lot of Twitch culture. There are definitely certain content creators that I really enjoy watching. But I would watch that person pretty much regardless of their platform. Twitch just happens to be the easiest spot. It's more about the person. Like on YouTube, I will look for content from creators that I don't know. On Twitch, I will watch people that I do know. And if all the people I knew stopped streaming to Twitch, I would just stop watching Twitch and not care. Whereas I feel like for YouTube, if every content creator that I knew stopped making content, I would look around to find new things to watch. I can't really step back and critically examine why that is. But it's definitely a thing. Maybe it's just because YouTube there's so much more. Well, that's the wrong... That's unfortunate. I'm surprisingly close to 100. So funnily enough, I, on and off, was watching Twitch basically since the Justin TV days. I didn't really like Justin TV because it was the literal Wild West of anything goes. And then I was like, oh, they're making a gaming site. Because back in the early days, there was Justin TV and there was Hitbox TV. And I actually preferred Hitbox because there's more gaming stuff there. And then they made Twitch TV and I was like, oh, gaming focus. And now Twitch is so much less gaming focused. And it also feels like a lot of the time, Twitch is very focused on super long stuff. Like streaming for 8 hours. And I'll be honest, I can't do that. So as a creator, I focus a lot more on YouTube. Because after 8 hours, I'm boring, I'm tired, I'm hungry. I'm probably annoyed that someone's asked the same question 50 times. That's a funny thing, Eros. There are other websites for that. Like, the fact that Twitch is basically just being used to advertise other websites, they should just go all in and make a spin-off site. Be like, yes, go do all that stuff over here. Advertise whatever you want. We don't care. We've now separated it. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care that Amaranth is on the platform. I just don't want Twitch to recommend her stream to me every time she's live. Because that is not content for me. Like, She can be on the platform. I know there's sometimes the argument of, oh, stealing viewers. No, no, no. Someone watching Amaranth, 99.99% chance they're never going to watch me. I don't care about that. All I care about is if a platform pushes content that is very much not for me. I also get annoyed when Twitch pushes Spanish League of Legends streams. Because A, I don't speak Spanish, so I have no idea what's going on. B, I haven't played League of Legends in ages, so I have no idea what's going on. And C, I don't watch that Twitch. Why are you trying to get me to watch the Spanish ESL? Yeah, Twitch is losing money, but that doesn't matter. Amazon's just going to be like, look, we have this huge advertising platform. Let's use it to promote our games and stuff. Like, Twitch doesn't need to make money for it to be successful for Amazon. It just needs to have users. I think ideally Amazon would want it to be profitable, but if their choice is completely destroy the platform and push everyone away and not be profitable, but have more and more people coming in, I guarantee the long-term focus is to have more and more people coming in. Yeah, exactly, Surreal. It's like, why? Why are you doing this? Show me stuff that I actually want to watch. Also, I will say, Dan Clancy, the current CEO of Twitch, does deserve a lot of credit because he's done a lot of things that make the platform way better for creators. Like, way better. Now, do I think Twitch needs to do more before I'd ever consider it as my primary platform? Yeah. Like, I don't think I would ever consider it as a primary platform because something else that I, more and more as I make more content, really value is having the thing that I make live beyond the moment where I'm live. Leaving something that's a little more long-lasting, which is why I really like doing some of the second channel videos that are about games that are, I don't know, 10 years old, where I can say, yeah, I'm making this, and it will now exist for as long as YouTube exists. Right? Like, I really enjoy that. But in order for me to take it seriously, like, you need to fix your discoverability. That's the end of it. Yeah, I agree that the losing money claim for Twitch, like, if you look at it on its face of, oh, Twitch is losing money, like, yeah, they probably are. But the fact that they still exist means that Amazon doesn't care. Because I guarantee you, if it was losing Amazon an amount of money they cared about and not giving them any benefits, they'd just be like, okay, bye. They wouldn't care. Because billion-dollar companies are not your friend. If they were your friend, they wouldn't be billion-dollar companies. You don't get there by throwing a relevant amount of your budget away on something that doesn't make you any money and doesn't bring you any benefits. They would have bought Twitch, acquired the technology, kept it around for like 2 years, and then gone, okay, see ya. But no, they're using it as an advertising platform, and they're using it to build out their services, and they're getting plenty of benefits. Now, does that mean they're not pressuring Dan Clancy to make Twitch more profitable so they lose less money? I'm 100% sure he's being honest when he says that. Like, there's probably a mandate of like, we don't like that we're losing this much a year. Make us lose less a year. But if they lose that much a year, they're still going to pay it at the end of the day because the benefits for them outweigh the amount they're losing. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're playing the long game. Gonna get like 1 or 2 more of those idols. You know, maybe I only need 1 more. Oops. Clicking is hard. And that's the thing. You don't hear about Google complaining about YouTube. Google's just like, yeah, we're chilling. All your data are belong to us. It's basically just all your data are belong to us. Yeah. I think it's more like Twitch complaining. And in part is probably because Amazon gave them certain targets to hit. That are hard for them to hit. Are there any walking simulator builds, Miles is asking? Maybe a couple, but there's no true walking simulator, I'd say. You're always going to have to press a couple buttons here and there. Like, this is pretty close to a walking simulator. You don't have to do all that much. You kind of just teleport around. Yeah, I can see Warpath. I can see Thorn Totem Shaman. But the devs have kind of intentionally built their game in such a way to minimize the number of true walking simulators. If you mean a full guide, no. If you mean a planner, pin comment. I will warn you though, this is a pretty gear intensive build. That this is not something you start unless you have items already built up. And when I make my full guide video, I'll be talking about that. Which that is coming very soon. Probably tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, then the day after. I would also say in general, with maybe the exception of Thorn Totem Shaman, the more walking simulator-ish your build is, the more gear intensive it is. But a lot of the walking simulators don't work very well in the early game. But again, there are exceptions. I don't think I need another Liaths. I already have a 3LP. I'm probably not playing that build anyway. Why is it always an arena, man? Just want my 3LP Exsanguinous. Oh well. Railgun go burr. Yeah, this definitely isn't super intensive. But you do have to hit zombies, you do have to keep Dreadshade up. You do have to recast Wraithlord, and you do have to move him around a bit. I didn't know the name for big tech changed. Is it because all the weird companies are changing their names for no reason and doing stuff like that? I feel like, yeah, they are. Oh. Oh, yeah, it's just that. I don't know, it's still Facebook, just like how Twitter's still Twitter. Changed my mind. Yeah, Ballista Falconer sounds like a pretty one-button build. I'm sure it's really good. I swear he only did it to get more headlines. Because it, like, everyone knows it as something else. Yeah, it's very confusing, I agree. But I don't know. I've never talked to Elon. It's not like I can just go ask him. Yes, I tried that, Billy. It's very buggy. Do not do that. See, the funny thing is, at the end of the day, like, people can say, oh, it's dumb or whatever, or I can be like, I don't get it. He's playing with billions of dollars and I'm not. Like, at the end of the day, he's playing with billions of dollars regardless. Let's go bully a mage here. Yoink. One thing I don't know. Does the game treat Exalted Chance as a 25% chance to upgrade a tier 5 mod to Exalted? Or does it treat the Exalted Chance from Circle of Fortune as a 25% chance, because I think it's 25%, to upgrade a random modifier on the item, regardless of its initial tier, to Exalted? Because, yeah. Wood drop is rare. I have a 25% chance. Could be kind of powerful. Ooh, this is pretty much perfect to push corruption a little more. Honestly, I should probably buy more PoE supporter packs. Every league start, when they show them off, I'm like, oh, that's pretty awesome. I should buy one of those. And then by the end of a league, I often forget. Rerolls of a whole item. Because I was wondering how impactful it would be on experimental affixes. Yeah, stash tabs in PoE definitely make it easier to organize stuff. Good news is, once you get a good few, you don't really need more ever. So this is just going to be 24. Maybe I push a little further. Oh, enemies have plus 25% res. That's going to go well. Let's see, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. Move him out so he doesn't die. 18. Like, he is so boss-diard right now. It's ridiculous. Are you talking about selling them via a bulk trade, or are you talking about selling them like not piecemeal, but individually? Because if you're talking about individually, I'd say for your own sanity, have at least 40 of each kind. If you're talking about selling the entire tab at once, probably like once the tab's at least 5 divines. But in terms of pricing, not really. I guess the only rule I'd say to stick to is price them in divines for your own sanity. So if it's, I don't know, 13 to a divine, make sure you have at least 13. That's annoying. Okay. Have to pay a little bit of attention here. Yeah, minimizing trades is generally a good rule of thumb, but there's also points where it's like, well, if selling stuff now gets you some upgrades that make a meaningful difference in your farming speed, then do it, even if it means an annoying amount of trading. That's why when I last did it, I just straight up farmed 200 divines before selling, because nothing was going to make a meaningful difference in the trading speed. Or the farming speed, not the trading speed. Skittering gates over here. All right. You know, I'd like to click that so I can move faster, please. There we go. Ooh, Toxic Putrid Souls of Life. Yep, Corrupting Fever Champion's definitely a fast farmer. Huh. Poison damage. And Fizzres. I think I reroll this, seal that. Spell crit strike, no. Damage over time, no. If it doesn't hit here. Oh, it hit. All right, and now we seal and then we gamble. No, we seal. God damn it. Okay, fine, we reroll. And it's dead. That was fast. I should have put some tier 1 affix on at the end, so I could at least use it for fodder. Not that I can think of any unique that I'd want to transfer those mods to. Excellent. Found the spreading frost. Let's go annihilate the spreading frost. Time to end the winter. Crafting is easier than PoE, but as a result, it's also more boring. So, you know, some upsides, some downsides. How geared are you, Clint? Only +7, really? Because I have the loot filter that I'm using that is tuned specifically to my gear. Well, if you want to see no rare items and only highlight double T6 and T7 Exalted with specific mods, including a bunch of Skelly Mage gear, then yes, I have a loot filter. Otherwise, I recommend you watch my how to make a loot filter video and make your own. Okay, blow up a bunch of stuff. Oh, there's actually enough enemies here, but he's dying a little bit. It should be fine. And nope, it wasn't fine. I stood in a little too much stuff. I mean, to be fair, if I was playing Merchant's Guild, I don't think I'd even have upgrades for my build on the filter. I legitimately think at that point, I would just be showing sellable stuff. All right, let's try this again. Unfortunately, lost some stability because I was messing around a little too much. I shouldn't have dragged all those enemies because that's the one thing that he struggles with. Dragging large groups of enemies. Okay, I'm not going to Gamba on the mage. They've said around every 3 months for updates. We'll see if that ends up actually happening, if they're able to keep up with a cycle or not. And let's see what drop back here. 2 OP Talons of Valor. Or you know what the scope of those updates will be. Kind of an unknown. I've tried really hard to add AoE damage to this build. I'll be honest, I don't think it's possible. I tried really hard. That makes sense, but that's also ridiculous. Nah, D4 isn't over. D4 is not over until Blizzard stops putting money into it. Because at the end of the day, D4's primary audience is on console, and LE isn't even on consoles. So I don't think Blizzard even feels like Last Epoch is a competitor right now. Yeah, sometimes the box just doesn't want to slam. Don't worry, you'll get it. Just got to keep trying. Yeah, I'm sure you don't actually need AoE. It would feel nice. There's just no practical way to get it. Ooh, a Rune of Creation. It's a little rare. Yeah, as long as people keep buying the Battle Pass, as long as they log in on their console to play, like soon they're going to be buying the Game Pass. I do wish Blizzard would have been more transparent in terms of D4 with what it is and what it isn't, so people didn't go into it with all sorts of false expectations. Because, like, it was never going to be a hardcore game. It's a casual game for casual players. And at the end of the day, it was always going to be. The lag is back, I think, because many enemies are being spammed. Good to know. Yeah, there's room for, honestly, all four of those. Because there's also relatively small audience overlaps in a lot of ways between them. Where, yeah, some people will play all of them. But at the same time, a lot of people just play one. That's the thing about Blizzard games. They don't need hardcore players to talk about them and spread the word. Yeah, the reviewers not reviewing Endgame thing is always tough. Because a lot of the time, especially with the review windows, you're not actually able to. Either the amount of content that you're given access to is limited, or the amount of time that you're given is limited. Because the minute there's a review with an embargo date, you basically can't post it late without losing a massive amount of money. To the point where even if your review is better than everyone who posted first, outside of your core audience, no one's going to see it. So then you have to do the best job that you can within that date. Now, if you're talking about people who aren't actually doing official reviews for outlets and stuff and don't have to deal with an embargo date and all that, that's a little different. That's very much people reviewing the game before the shine has worn off. Which again is fine so long as you're clear about it, but when you're not, that's where it gets problematic. It's why for some games I've started putting roughly how many hours, which maybe I shouldn't do if I reviewed Last Epoch. Because I'd be like, my review of Last Epoch after 1,000 hours. Build's good. Took a lot to get here, but now that I'm here, it's good. Oh, so what you're saying is the no game ever made me feel like this was probably being very bored with the game. My review of Last Epoch after 1,000 hours would be, it's good, but there's a lot of problems right now. Yeah. See, I just don't think that D4 is the competition people are looking for. That has it done as well as Blizzard wanted? No. Has it done well enough? Yeah. Does Blizzard care? Probably not. Okay. Here's the, I guess you could say, scary part. I don't think Blizzard considered Diablo 3 to be a failure. And I also don't think they considered Diablo Immortal to be a failure. Because at the end of the day, they're not looking at, is this a good game? They're looking at, how much did it cost to make? How much did we earn in return? D4? Don't know yet. Depends on the first expansion. They might look at it as a failure. If the expansion doesn't sell well, it's probably a failure. If the expansion sells well, nope, that's good too. Again, good in air quotes there. That's why they keep doing it. Because it brings in money. Though now with Microsoft at the helm, I'm going to be honest, they might change things up a bit. So I don't think Immortal was one of their greatest successes. Yes, it was a cheap game for them to develop. Yes, it made them quite a bit of money. But I don't think it comes anywhere close to something like Overwatch, which they struck gold with Overwatch. And somehow they managed to completely mess it up. They had the easiest job in the world. Overwatch was incredibly successful. That's the thing though, Magic. The people who came from Blizzard North, they're not part of Blizzard anymore. That at the end of the day, where Blizzard came from doesn't matter to them because that's not how companies work. And that if they made the perfect game for fans of Diablo 2, they'd be like, oh, we spent $300 million developing this and we made 130 mil back. That's garbage. And so if you really want people who are able to be passionate about stuff, I guess that's the wrong term, because I do think there's definitely developers at Blizzard who are passionate. If you want the making a good game part to not be outweighed by the we need X amount of profit part, you need to look smaller. Just like how I can make a video that isn't going to get very many views and isn't going to make me much money because I want to. But I can only do so many because it's my full-time job. If content creation was just a hobby for me, every video would be just because I want to. I wouldn't care what does well in the algorithm or what makes money or what doesn't. Because at the end of the day, something else would be paying my bills. And as my channel grows, unfortunately, I'm probably going to have less leeway. The stuff that I do make is going to be higher quality and it's going to be cooler. But when I have an editor, well, now I can't just go, well, I'm willing to go unpaid for this. It's, I'm willing to go unpaid for this. Is my editor willing to go unpaid for this? And if the answer is no, then I can't make it anymore. Now, to be fair, I'm not saying I'm going to become Blizzard. Like, I'm not planning any villain arcs. But I am saying I do understand it to an extent. I just think that Blizzard takes it to an extreme. Like, there's thinking about these things and making a profit and all that. And then there's just being greedy and going for all the money. Like, my goal is not to go for all the money. Otherwise, you'd see mobile game ads on every video. Because, trust me, those make a lot of money. And then the question becomes, what do you do about it? Because that incentive is always going to be there. Well, the answer is simple. You choose whether you buy the game or not. Because if you buy the game, they're going to keep making more of it. Regardless of how much you complain or how much you're like D4 dead or D4 bad. If you buy the game, they will make more of it. I think they do, Vex. I don't know. I always say no to them. Maybe if they contact me on April 1st, I'll try one for science. Yeah, I think AAA, not just Blizzard, I think AAA in general is running into that. Where they don't know how to balance their rising costs. The only company that I've seen do it semi-successfully is actually Ubisoft, where they had Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown and Assassin's Creed Mirage, which were both lower cost to produce, smaller scope projects that did extremely well. Now, I don't think Assassin's Creed Mirage was a great game. I think it was a 5 out of 10 game. But it was 5 out of 10 enough that I didn't regret my purchase. So, like, they must be doing something right with that. Also doesn't mean I'm going to run out and buy it again, though. Yeah. I've played Divinity Original Sin since DOS 1. And that's the other thing. Larian's been doing it with their Divinity Original Sin. And before now, it hasn't actually been profitable. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is great. I really need to make a video talking about how great that game is, because not enough people know about it. And hey, welcome on in. Okay, and get zombied. Boom. No LP here. I mean, in a lot of ways it is, though. They took so much from the Divinity games, which was a good thing. Yep. And AAA companies can't really do that, unfortunately, which is why I love indie games. Hey, it's going good. Although I have to say, unfortunately, I'm probably going to call it here. Because it's been going for a little bit. It's been chill. But I'm getting kind of hungry. Want to go eat dinner. I'm almost 98. I think the build's in a really solid spot. And so, yeah. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Hey, be sure to drop a follow, leave a like, get subscribed. All that fun stuff so you can find your way back. And also, stay tuned because I am going to be putting a full guide for this build over on YouTube soon. I'm just gonna swap over here. And yeah, hopefully everyone enjoyed.